And we have liftoff. I think we are ready to go back into session here, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be at that order of business of introduction, reading, and reference of bills, as I had talked to you there earlier about. So these are the bills that the folks have come and chatted with me about that they'd like to see the chance for them to get to committee to be potentially worked, may or not, but we're going to definitely read some in for all of you here right now. So, reading clerk.
House Bill 176, sponsored by Representative Bratton.
First reading of the bill.
Vacancies in public office amendments.
House Bill 176 will be assigned to our committee number 2, appropriations. Next bill for our consideration will be House Bill 331.
House Bill 331, sponsored by Representative Schmidt.
First reading of the bill.
Taking of predators on public lands.
House Bill 331 will be assigned to committee number 5, agriculture. Next bill for our consideration will be House Bill 106.
House Bill 106, sponsored by Representative Harshman.
First reading of the bill.
Monument to America.
House Bill 106 will be assigned to committee number 6, travel. Next bill for our consideration will be House Bill 332.
House Bill 332, sponsored by Representative Brady.
First reading of the bill.
Government membership and corporation with associations.
House Bill 332 will be assigned to our committee number 7, corporations. Next bill for our consideration will be House Bill 263.
House Bill 263, sponsored by Representative Harshman.
First reading of the bill.
Local water system funding.
House Bill 263 will be assigned to committee number 8, transportation. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. So next on our agenda will be a privilege of the floor. Representative Geringer, please.
Privilege of the floor, sir.
By all means, please proceed.
If I could direct your attention to the West Gallery, the young lady standing up there is a graduate of Central High School, recently minted registered nurse, and working in an ER down in the Denver area. Part of my pride and joy, my daughter Emma.
Welcome, Emma, to the House, and thank you for letting us borrow your dad here for a brief amount of time. And so we appreciate him being here with us on the floor. And good luck and good fortune to you in all that you do. And thank you for being involved in nursing. We hear every day about the shortages in our healthcare system and nursing. And so it's a wonderful pursuit. And thank you for offering your time and treasure to do that for all of our benefits. So thank you for being here. Any others? Representative Washut? Oh, no? No? Okay. Oh, Representative Yen, please.
Mr. Speaker, privilege of the floor.
All means, please.
Mr. Speaker, so, sometimes it's hard to get from County 22 to County number 2, and we do have one member from County 22 up in the gallery today. He is a board member for Teton County School District number 1, and he, born and raised in Jackson, was the first person, was one of the first people that played in Teton County School District number 1's first soccer team, even, is what I learned last night. And so we have Mr. Bill Scarlett, so please give him a round of applause.
Welcome to the House. Thank you. That is a long pilgrimage from that country down to here, so thank you for taking the time. Okay. Another thing, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to remind you that no later than the conclusion of consideration of mirror budget bill during the committee of the whole, we need to get your amendment, for second reading amendments in. So please, if you're going to have second reading amendments, please be mindful and know that those need to be in by that time. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House resolve itself into the committee of the whole to consider only the budget bill, House Bill number 1.
Heard the motion of the Majority Floor Leader. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Motion passes. Representative Rodriguez Williams, please.
Will the Committee of the Whole please come to order? We are continuing with the explanation of the budget bill, Bill number 1. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to start right off with some questions that were brought during the explanation on Friday, and I hope you all had an opportunity to get well over the weekend. Welcome back to the budget. One of the things that was brought up were some of the agencies that were eliminated during our deliberations on JAC, and there were questions that were brought as to what were the discussions during those deliberations, and I'd like to share those with you. We covered them very quickly at the very beginning of the budget presentation on Friday, so I want to go back over those comments and then open that up for questioning. So there are 5 agencies that are not in your budget bill. They are on your summary sheet, your status sheet, this one right here, the 8.5 by 14, but they are not in the budget because either the agency made no recommendation, the governor denied their request, or JAC denied the governor's request. So those agencies are Agency 2, the Secretary of State, Agency 15, the Attorney General, Agency 37, the State Engineer, Agency 66, the Board of Tourism, Agency 70, that's the last one, Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission. So I've explained why they're not in the budget, and now I want to open them up to questions, but before I do, I'll give a brief description of the conversations that we had in the JAC. And I will state this, that if JAC denied the governor's request, it's simply, there's one reason for it, and it has to do with our determination of it not being either an emergency or a unforeseen contingency request. So we determined that in our deliberations and denied them for that reason. Starting with the Secretary of State, the committee denied the request for 3 full-time employees and $322,600 in general funds related to the business filing activities. Similarly, the Attorney General, the committee denied the request for 2 FTEs, $526,577 in general funds for attorney positions. This relates in part to another section wherein the committee approved $3.6 million for natural resource litigation, which will be further discussed today as we get into the 300 section. Next, the committee denied $148,000 in general funds. That's $401,504 in funds from Water Development 1. And there are 3 full-time equivalent related to water modeling for a river in the southwest part of the United States, and another for a river moving to the neighboring state to the southeast of Wyoming. The committee also denied $488,127 from the tourism account for compensation increases in the Wyoming Board of Tourism. And finally, the Joint Appropriations Committee denied $279,401 in general funds for an administrative office specialist and a petroleum engineer or geologist with the Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission. So having said that, I'll open it up for questions for those agencies. We didn't discuss them because we wanted to get everybody home so they could heal up a little bit. So still here coughing, so if there are questions, I'll take those now.
Representative Yen.
Madam Chairman, thank you. For the chairman of committee number 2, so state engineer, for members who don't know, the state engineer, one of their authorities is actually to be on the Colorado River Compact Advisory Board as Wyoming's representative. So I guess my concern here, if we cut this out as supplemental, those talks are ongoing. And my worry is that if we don't have folks that can model our water usage and water capacity properly, there could be risk for Wyoming's case when it comes to those conversations of the Colorado River Compact. So definitely would like some more thoughts on how that conversation went.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, let me explain this to the body. It is our responsibility as members of JHC to support this bill as we got it to you. But I will tell you, there were discussions, and it went back and forth because, as the good representative from the northwest corner of the state said, these are important positions. And members argued on that behalf, made a very clear point that this is our water and we need to defend it. And these positions have to do with preparing the groundwork for any kind of litigation where we want to defend the state. Of course, we have, as a JAC, we have funded a certain amount of money, $3.5 million, to protect our natural resources and to send a signal to our fellow states that we're prepared to defend our rights in this area. But I do believe that there's an argument to be made that there's groundwork that needs to be done to ensure that we have a good standing in court. So having said that, the vote was not in favor of that. Madam Chairman, seeing no further questions on these agencies that are not in the bill, I would like to move on to section 300.
Oh. It appears we have another question. Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Appreciate that. So would it be fair, Madam Chairman and Mr. Chairman, would it be fair then to assume that the conversation you had on the North Platte settlement was the same, where we're trying to make sure that we stay in line with providing the appropriate accounting system for calculating the natural flow, and we need to update that system? Help me understand that, please.
Chairman Bear.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And to the good representative from the center of the state, yes, that was part of the discussion, and it was similar, where those important factors were covered, but the vote was well, I shouldn't say overwhelmingly, but the vote was in favor of not funding.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Follow-up, Representative
Please,
Larson.
and Madam Chairman, thank you. I'd like to go into the Attorney General's request for those attorneys that are tasked with taking care of the FNRPA, the Federal Natural Resource Act there, that in looking at the request and in back on the RMP, Mr. Chairman, looking back on the RMP we had this year in Rock Springs and down in the up in the land of the bison, and we look at waters of the U.S., we look at the Bureau of Land Management records, and we see that we have two attorneys that are currently trying to handle that workload. If I understand the rationale, you're saying we put $3.6 million, which is cutting the request in half, by the way, for outside litigation to handle these types of needs. Is the committee's opinion, or was the conversation as such that they felt like that funding in the that 3.6 million will be more than adequate to take care of what we're talking about on water and all of the FNRPA projects, plus and do that adequately?
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to answer the question quickly, and then I'm going to defer to my good member of the Appropriations Committee to follow up. But yes, the answer is yes. We feel that funding for the next 12 months, $3.6 million, versus a fund that had $1.2 million for this very same purpose of coal litigation. Now we've opened it up to all natural resource litigation. Again, that 1.2 was passed in 2021. It took us from 2021 to 2025 to get that depleted 1.2 million. We have funded this same account and expanded the purposes of this litigation, and we've funded it to the tune of $3.6 million. The governor did request $7.5 million for that purpose. We do believe that that outside counsel that would be hired via this account would be the right way to go for taking these these court cases on with the specialized counsel that you can hire via these funds. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So as we've looked at this, another thing I think to keep in mind is where we have been over the last 4 years in the political spectrum on the federal level, we can expect more and more pushback into our natural resources. But where we're at currently, we feel that there's definitely going to be a downturn on that. And so for the next 12 months, 3.6 million, I think, is more than adequate to move in that right direction. And it isn't like all the rest of the funding for this has disappeared. This is obviously still intact, and we are continuing to open up the sideboards and give more latitude and leeway by opening it up to natural resources and putting in there quite a bit more than what was even originally. The 1.2 million was in there. Now we've gone to 3.6 million, taken the sideboards off of it and said, hey, go and protect the legacy industries and our natural resources, which for us in Wyoming are vital. So I do believe that this is going to be adequate for the next 12, and we can reassess it as we go into the normal full budget.
Madam Chairman.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. I think as we contemplate the length of time it took to for that initial 1.1, whatever it was that we used for the original litigation, which was directed towards coal, was excessively hamstrung because of the language that allowed it to be used. And it was only this last year that we was able to work with the executive branch and get that available. I think, was there any conversation to the good members of appropriation about the continuity of care? I think was a term we've heard in this, but as you have legal oversight and you pass that all out to contract, there has to be somebody within the Attorney General's office to help take care of that. Funding these 2 new positions isn't going to happen overnight. It just seems, I get that you're saying they don't need to do anything this year, but then if you do it next year, it may be yet another year before they get those positions filled. Was there any type of conversation along that line?
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And yeah, that there was discussion about that, and we feel that the current level of manning within that department is sufficient to manage these outside attorneys. And remember, we're not cutting any positions. This was an ask to add 2 positions, which was denied. It's not a matter of restricting their ability to do things. It is making it so if we do go into more and more outside litigation, they'll have to work a little harder, but it's a 12-month period. We think they can handle that.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you're all right. I guess maybe I'm missing something in here, and maybe you can help clue me into here. If we're cutting the positions of the people that are gathering the information on the state engineers, that are helping stuff in there, we're reducing that. How does that affect the gathering of information to support the legal process?
Chairman
Or
Bear.
am I missing something in there?
So thank you, Madam Chairman. The first thing I would correct is we're not cutting any positions. The request was for 3 new positions, and that request was denied. Yes, are we making it more difficult for them to get that underlying material for those lawsuits that could potentially come? Yes, and by the way, we don't have any litigation right now. We're anticipating it. So the 3.5 million is an anticipatory fund. But going back to your question about the state engineer's office, are those 3 positions going to be, is the staff currently, I think the underlying question is the staff currently going to be able to do that? We heard testimony that the current staff is working into overtime to make sure that all the readings are taken and all the things that are necessary. And so that is a question for this body. Can they do it, or is it an emergency and do they need to? And I will just tell you that the JAC determined that it was not an emergency and denied that funding.
Representative Washit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question on this is, did the committee take into account the lag time between a position becoming authorized and actually being able to fill that position in today's market? My worry is, as the previous speaker said, if we add these positions into the general budget in 2026, the lag time will mean that we don't have these attorneys on board. And there is considerable amounts of legal work that have to be done in-house before you're ready to hand off one of these bills to private litigation. And if you don't do that work in-house, when you hand it off for private litigation, you're going to pay a whole lot more for it. So just a couple of considerations.
Representative Geringer.
Madam Chair, I guess I might push back just a little bit here. So water is really the lifeblood of a lot of our legacy industries, whether it be ag, ranching, our energy production. There's a whole lot that depends on this. Surrounding states are really eyeballing what we have, and it doesn't matter. It's Montana, it's the state to the north, the state to the west, state to the east, state to the south. All of them are looking at how we're utilizing our water resource. And while we may not be involved directly in litigation right now, the Colorado River Compact is set to expire next spring. And we have a lot of work to do in order to make sure that our interest is maintained. And that's the need. This is an existential threat to one of our resources. This is huge. We need the support for this department to be able to fight on our behalf and maintain the rights that we have with our, with our water. And so I guess my question to the committee is, how can we afford to wait to strengthen this department and its water defense? And are we really running the risk of waiting too long?
Representative Eklund.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I'll try to build on that without reiterating the whole thing, but part of what I hear concerning these three positions is they're being brought forward because the present staff is getting pretty exhausted and they need reinforcements. And like it was said, this is really a big deal. It's the whole west side of the state, or just about the whole west side of the state. And then concerning the monitoring device on the North Platte, the equipment they have is unreliable and appears to be worn out. That's also data we better have on hand because it'll be vital in defending the North Platte River Compact as well.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. And so I'm trying to, Madam Chairman, I'm trying to digest some of the response we got in the state engineer's office and then on this, the attorney positions in the Attorney General. I think I heard kind of similar language on the state engineer's office. Those guys just need to work a little, they're working overtime, need to work a little harder. And in the Attorney General's office, they need to work a little harder. They're just going to have to work a little harder. But for example, in the Attorney General's office, when that FERNERPA project, Madam Chairman, was created, those positions were created in, there was just a handful in 2006 or whenever that was. And then by 15, that had increased about 20. And by 2024, we have two attorneys looking over 40 of them. And so how much harder, or do we have data to support that perhaps they've been using their time on other, was there data to show that they weren't spending all their time solely on FNRPA, because that may be valid, and if they were spending it on other areas of focus, Madam Chairman.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, the answer to that last question is yes, they do cover several different areas. So not all of their time is spent in FNRPA. And there was discussion even about how they're tracking their time that's spent on FNRPA versus other cases. So these attorneys are doing several different jobs. And then to the previous speakers, you know, I think you'd really need to watch the testimony and comments from the co-chairs in regards to water and water defense and those three positions, because I think that the discussion probably needs to go into a discussion about an amendment. That's all I'd say about that one.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. There is currently 87 attorneys in the AG's office. And so this would have just added 2 more to that number of 87.
Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. Do we know how Wyoming's contingent of legal talent that's dedicated to these issues compares with the complement of attorneys assigned by other states? As I understand it, some of the other states have considerable delegations of legal talent devoted in-house on these types of issues, and I just worry that we're going to be undergunned.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you. I think the right answer to the undergunned question has to do with how the executive decided to go into the litigation on both the Rock Springs and the Buffalo RMP, and he hired outside counsel for that. And considering our limited resources in this state and those other states that have more resources, I think it's appropriate for us to try to hire some really big guns for this type of thing. It sends 2 signals. One is sends a signal that we're really serious about fighting these attacks on our natural resources, but also it says that we're willing to do it in the way that's more costly, so that in the end we protect those natural resources in a way that we can get the most out of them as a state.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If I may, I'd like to talk a little bit about Agency 66, which is the Office of Tourism. And the body will remember, Madam Chairman, that we moved this office completely off general funds. So they're no longer getting any state general funds. And in doing that, at the same time, we had the update on employee compensation. This agency postponed making the 2023 adjustment because they were waiting for the reclassifications from that sister agency that does that, and then came back in this budget to ask for those funds to be made available to compensate those employees equitably with the rest of the state employees and as deemed appropriate by ANI. It's not a general fund, they're using their own funds, so I'd just be interested in understanding the conversation that went in denying that request.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. All those statements are accurate. I think that the difference is that the prior JAC was willing to use this particular budget as more of just an ongoing budget to meet those needs that they had discussed with agencies before. Whereas the current JAC is taking the governor's recommendation literally when he says that this budget is for emergencies and unforeseen contingencies.
Follow-up, Representative Larson.
So then would we
Representative Larson addressed the
Madam
chair.
Madam Chairman, thank you for that stern reminder. I apologize. Madam Chairman, good Chairman Bear, then are we to understand then what we're telling those employees that work for that agency is that postponement of your compensation increase is not an emergency in your household?
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think that pay raises and emergencies probably don't belong in the same sentence.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Madam Chair, seeing no further questions, I'd like to move on to Section 300.
Please, Chairman Bear.
All right. Madam Chairman, I move Section 300P, and this one here, JAC, decreased the governor's recommendation found on the governor's profile of $116,956,256, modified by the January 2025 Craig by $46,956,254 to $70 million, and directed that the state auditor to transfer $70 million from the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account to the general fund. All right, folks, this here is basically a balancer. This is, after our actions, what was determined necessary to ensure that the funds would flow. And I want to take just a moment of your time to describe why this is important. We have expended beyond what the funds are available in the general fund in this budget. Why is that? This budget is above and beyond our budget that we passed last year. And we've had some emergencies, and so we've had to dip into savings. Now, there are statutes, and I'll point you to them. It's in Book 2, 9-2-1013D as in Delta, I believe, where you'll find some restrictions that we have put on the executive. And the reason we put these restrictions on the executive is to ensure that we have cash flow. If we, typically we get our money as a state, it's put into our accounts at the end of the year. And so the previous legislatures have put a restriction on the governor to not expend in any particular budget request any more than 5% of the rainy day fund as of the beginning of the year. And it has become a discovery of mine in recent weeks that not only has this particular restriction been violated in this particular budget by the executive, it has happened in the past. I have visited with the executive and the prior JAC members and asked, what happened and why are we not making a point of staying within the statutes that we passed in the past. And I was told simply that, the executive has a lot of power and a lot of authority. And we give this executive an opportunity to give us a recommendation of how he and his agencies would like to be funded in the next biennium on a regular budget or the next year in a supplemental budget like this. But we have put restrictions, which you will see in this 300 section right here, that state that if he's going to go over that 5% limit, he needs to provide us with two budgets. The one that stays within our guidelines, in our statutes, and an alternative budget beside that, which goes outside of the limitations. And I've asked all the previous JAC members that might have known about this, and I've asked the governor's office, the executive's office, what is the meaning of this? What's the purpose? And I didn't get much of an answer back, but I can tell you what I believe the purpose of this statute is and this restriction. It's so that we can determine if we're going to stay within these limitations, what are the executive's most important priorities? If we're going to live within our means, if you will, and not continue to take more out of our savings than what we've restricted ourselves to, or if we're going to make sure that we've got a cash flow so that we can pay our bills this month rather than waiting till the end of the year to pay our bills when the money comes in. What are the executive's priorities? And so I've had these discussions. I've let the executive office know that going forward, the new JAC would like to live within the statutes. And we would like to see the governor provide us with those two budgets if he determines that he needs to profile more out of the savings account than what the statutes allow. And so after we finished all of our work in JAC and developed this House Bill 1 for you, I asked our staff, are we within that rule of 1013D? And I was told, yes, we are. This 70 million that you see in this footnote is within the statutory restrictions. But it was pointed out that we as a body are not restricted by that. That is only the recommendation coming from the executive that is restricted. But yet, this particular budget, this recommendation that we got from the executive is outside of this limit. And I just want this body to understand that, because I think it's important if our predecessors put a statute in place, even if there's no real teeth, because we're dealing with another branch that is a co-equal, if we make a statement that we'd like to see your recommendation come in a certain format, that if that doesn't happen, that this body gets to know it. All of you should know that a statute that was passed in the past is being ignored. And I think that it's important that we all know that. And when we go to make our decisions about the budget, that we take that into account. So having said that, that's what this particular footnote describes. And I'll open it up for questions about this footnote, Madam Chair. Seeing none, Madam Chair, I'd like to close section 300P as in Paul.
Absent any objection, section 300P as in Paul is closed. Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For an explanation of Section 301, Borrowing Authority, Cash Flow, and Executive Programs, you can find that just down below. Under 301B, JAC adopted the Governor's Rec to modify the 2024 Wyoming Session Laws, Chapter 118, Section 301B, to increase the loan authority limit to $30 million. And for what that is last summer when the governor, the chief executive, was looking for funding for all the wildfires, his borrowing authority is $20 million. That had not been adjusted for 18 years. So the recommendation was to increase that to $30 million, foreseeing potentially another fire season, God forbid, but we wanted to make sure that was increased so that he had plenty of funds in there. And I'll stand for any questions. Seeing none, I move, Madam Chairwoman, to close out Section 301, Borrowing Authority.
Absent any objection, section 301 is closed. Representative Pendergraph.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. For an explanation of section 303, I would ask you to turn to page 69 in your budget, or the last page, page 16 in your status report. This is called carryover appropriations. A little bit of backstory so that you kind of follow what's going on here. In 2022, this body authorized $1.25 million available to the executive to hire one or more at-will employee contract positions. These were to enhance the state's opportunities to secure infrastructure grants, grant writer, if you will. They wanted to leave them the flexibility to either subcontract this or do it in-house, whatever choice the executive made. And so they had a footnote in there, or a section in there, 307. Well, as you've heard through several examples of this, that section 307 got deleted in the back and forth between the governor's line item vetoes and this body. We put it back in as a new section 347. We've had several conversations about that. So what this is really is just a very simple cleanup. It restores things to the original intention so that the executive still has that $1.25 million available to employ a well, I lost my place there, to employ a grant writer. And we are making sure that he still has that flexibility either to do it as a 100 series or as a 900 series. And so it involves no additional funds. It's just simply a cleanup of the way that the bill is written. I would stand for any questions. Seeing none, Madam Chair, I would move to close Section 303.
Absent any objection, Section 303 is closed. Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to open and move Section 311. And with that, I will give an explanation. We amended Section 311, which outlines the legislature's concurrence with the governor's one-time funding recommendation in his request and applied to the budget bill unless specified differently within the bill. Moving on to 318, which is in conjunction, JAC amended Section 318 to amend prior legislation as follows. 2022 Wyoming Session Laws, Chapter 51, as amended by 2023 Wyoming Session Laws, Chapter 94, Section 321, and 24 Wyoming Session Laws, Chapter 118, Section 318 for energy matching funds by having up to $30 million revert on March 15th, 2025, and by adding Management Council review and recommendation on all proposed expenditures and 2022 Wyoming Session Laws, Chapter 51, as amended by 2023 Wyoming Session Laws, Chapter 94, Section 325, and 24 Wyoming Session Laws, Chapter 118, Section 318, by adding Management Council review and recommendation on all proposed expenditures for infrastructure matching funds. And also related is Section 323, JAC amended Section 323 to revert as much as necessary to achieve the total reversion with 2022 Section 321 and Section 323 of $100 million on March 15th, 2025, and adding Management Council review and recommendation on all proposed expenditures for large energy projects. Okay. Let me explain this now. We have, over time, created three different funds, and that's what all those 318, 323, and 311 sections that I just discussed are about. These are funds that we've put into the executive's control and said, here, if a project comes along where you can get either private or federal funds by matching, that we want you to have the authority to go ahead and do that while we're out of session. And this fund has grown and grown, and in last session, that's why it mentions 2024 Wyoming Session Laws, we added another $100 million to this. And so what we've done in this particular JAC is we brought that $100 million that we authorized last year. It was unexpended, it's not appropriated to any particular projects, and we brought it back into the general fund to make available for this budget. When you look at your 30,000-foot, one-page summary of our work, which we handed out, and it had red, green, and black ink on it. The green ink is this $100 million down at the bottom, where we're bringing these funds back into the general fund, back under the control of this body, and expending basically for these emergency fire funds. And I'll remind you about the discussion when I was up here a moment ago. We're still taking $70 million out of our rainy day fund on top of that. So this is taking those funds away. You'll notice that I talked about putting authority, not authority, but recommendation process in place for the Management Council. The Management Council meets throughout the year, and should a new opportunity come along, rather than reconvening this body to determine if we're going to go along with the governor's recommendation to take on a particular project and fund it with a grant, matching grant money, the Management Council would take that under advisement and give their recommendation to the executive. And again, simply a recommendation, but the discussion in JAC had to do with some of the projects that we're seeing that have to do with what we would call green energy nowadays. And just simply the direction that the executive is going with some of those projects. And we would like to see, at least the JAC would like to see, more of this funding being used toward our legacy industries instead of some of these green energy ideas that we see out there. So having said that, I'll leave that open to questions.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And to the good chairman of committee number 2, as I understand the process, we're the appropriators, this body, legislature, and then once we've appropriated those funds, it's the executive branches. It's theirs to administer. And so this suggestion of then now requiring the Management Council to weigh in and give permission on the executive branch how to use the money that we've already appropriated them seems foreign to me. So could you enlighten us a little bit about why we allow that intrusion?
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Question about, I truly appreciate the distinction between maybe some of those projects and investments that are more green energy focused. The concern I have is there were several projects presented that don't fall within those. I know it was uranium reclamation and some other mining projects that would have, I mean, one of them in particular would have brought an additional $130 million of revenue into our state based on uranium reclamation. So some of those projects that they've spent hours and hours of time on those applications, I feel like have just gotten thrown out because of a few that maybe were that green energy. So my question is, what do we do for those projects that definitely do support our legacy industries and make sure that we follow through on our commitment to them and those match grants in terms of their dedication to this application process?
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Great question, representative from the middle of the state, that big city up there. And I have spoken probably with the same company that you have about that opportunity. And so here's the thing, folks, these 3 sections that we talked about in this 300 series footnote, there's about $183 million available there. Your JAC brought back 100 million. So we left 83 million for those projects. Of the types of projects that you were describing, there's $30 million available. The request that I know of from that particular company is at 8 million. And to the point of having put a lot of work into an application only to have it fall apart, I would say this, that the application process, if you look at the energy matching funds binder that has just come out for the 2024 projects, it states that March 1st is when the new application process opens up. So if their application is in, they're going to stop and they're going to re-review based on the funds that are available on March 1st, and those particular companies will have another opportunity based on their prior application. They shouldn't have to refill out that application. And I know that there's another project that is in line with our legacy industries that comes from our great university over the hill, that particular school that is funded by this august body and goes by the initials of SER. So there's a couple of projects that fit well within that $30 million limit. And so I hope that we'll see amendments over the second and third reading to specifically direct some of those funds to those very worthy projects. And again, I think your JAC was pretty diligent to make sure that we didn't cut off any opportunities for our own legacy industries to thrive and get some research and get some new technology in there to do a better job.
Representative Yen.
Madam Chairman, thank you. To the good chairman of committee number 2, seeing this management council review process that I heard from that the speaker 2 speakers ago mentioned perked my ears up. I'm adamantly opposed to giving more authority to management council, and I am wondering why committee number 2 is interested in empowering them more. If there are specific projects that we don't want or specific types of projects we don't want, I think the body should be deciding that, not management council. I don't necessarily want a chief executive to come to the entire body every single time, but I do think that if those are decisions that we want to make, we should decide them now, put them in the language here, rather than giving management council more authority. If anything, I think we should be giving management council less authority, and that's something that I've advocated for the 6 years that I've been here. So I'm curious on why you want to empower them rather than just putting the language that you would like to see the chief executive follow of the types of projects that we should empower.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I share that same sentiment about management council with my good colleague from the northwest part of the state. So why did we do it? Well, the first thing, I think that the word authority is being misused here because the management council really only is recommending, and that allows them to come back to this body and say, look, we made a recommendation, the executive went against that, now we need to get more stringent language. I think just a moment ago, based on the conversation between myself and the legislator from the middle of the state, that I welcome this body giving very specific language as to where we'd like to see that money being spent. And I hope to see that, those efforts in the second and third reading amendments that you bring. And I think that addresses the original question that was brought from the other representative from a little bit further north center part of the state that said, can we do this in the budget? Can we set up a new way of addressing the executive's decision-making? And first of all, I'd say this is not new. This particular process is used whenever any of the other top 4 electeds pass rules or try to enact rules. There's a process of public input, but there's also a process where our management council reviews those and gives a recommendation to the executive, the chief executive, and then the chief executive has the authority to make the final decision on those rules. So the process is already there, but as the good speaker from the northwest part of the state said, he would rather see us put very specific language in this bill as to how the money should be spent. I agree with that wholeheartedly, and we have left $30 million in this particular fund and a total of $83 million for this body to do just that. So.
Representative Larson.
Thank you once again, Madam Chairman and good chairman of committee number 2. I think the history on this goes back a number of years where we were having opportunities for industries that were wanting to come into the state. So as we were making funds available to them, whether it's on, as I'm looking down the list, a fair number of coal things, there's nuclear stuff, there's some wind stuff. There's all things that could contribute to help move the state forward. The one common question is there a return on the investment for the money that the state gives them? And then the second would be the assumption on that return on investment is these companies now start paying property taxes. And so they'll be paying property taxes in for as long as they're around. And as we look at funding backfilling property tax this year, it's one time and it's done. Did the committee contemplate that leaving those funds alone to help generate long-term property tax generation versus one time? And did that influence your decision at all?
Chairman Bear.
Great question, Madam Chairman. So I'm going to address it this way. It's pretty clear that the new executive in that city on the East Coast that's making decisions for this nation is clearly going to move away from the federal government mandating a particular market upon our citizens. And therefore, many of these opportunities that this fund has funded are probably going to go away because they are not directed toward a market solution. They are directed toward something that is so far not scientifically proven that a particular chemical or a particular compound is harmful to this world, and that eliminating that compound is a good thing. And the cost of doing that has been added on to everything we do, including our electricity bill, our groceries, everything we do. It's added on top because it's not something that the customers, the consumers said, I want that. It is simply something that the federal government said, you will do this. Now, we do regulation that leads into additional costs at times, but we do that hopefully very carefully, understanding that there's a greater benefit to the populace as a whole. But in this particular case, when we're talking about energy and we're going down a path of putting, certain compounds in the ground, those property taxes that the good questioner brought, are they going to be here 2 years from now, 4 years from now? I think it's a great question. I think we're addressing that very specifically by saying we don't want to invest in things that are going to be short-lived because they happen to be dictated from our federal government. Madam Chairman, seeing no further questions, I'd like to close section 311, 318, and 323.
Absent any objection, section 311, 318, and 323 is closed. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can now move on to section 332 of your bill. It's on page 73 of your budget bill, still on the very last page of your status report. Here we overrode the chief executive's line item veto of the phrase addition to clarify that the will of the body, the intent of appropriators, was that the charter school that was created in last year's budget would be in addition to, not part of, but addition to the 4 charter schools authorized in 2023. With that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions on section 332. Madam Chair, hearing none, we will close section 332 and move on to section 342.
Absent any objection, section 332 is closed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So here again, we overrode a veto. So this is on page 74 of your budget bill. A description of this regal statute whose nickname is Wandering Willie. And yes, I will fill you in on that backstory off the record if you would like. So here we reinsert language that was struck by our chief executive to ensure that these funds to restore Wandering Willie were appropriated to the agency that preserves our heritage are used for the Spanish-American War Monument, and that those funds will not be transferred or moved or used for another purpose, and that they will not be in the agency's standard budget request next year. And with that, I'll stand for questions on 342. Madam Chair, hearing none, I will move to close section 342.
Absent any objection, section 342 is closed. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point in time, I'm going to do a real quick rollback. It's come to our attention that section 303G was not covered. And so we're going to real quick touch 303G, which is just, it was a an amendment to that 303G to specify the carryover appropriations could be used only by the Chancery Court, and $947,000 is currently in there. The Chancery Court is currently fully funded, but this money will hold for them to use if need be. Without this note, we would have the opportunity to have that money be used throughout the entire branch wherever needed. And so we felt it was important to hold the Chancery Court funding for the Chancery Court. And as their load increases, that funding may become available. So just to clarify that, and open to any questions on 303G. Madam Chairwoman, unless there are any other further questions, I would conclude the explanation of Section 303G.
Absent any objection, Section 303G is closed. Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would just ask everybody to stand up for just a moment. We have been covering some pretty important stuff, but it can easily go in one ear and out the other. I just want everybody to just take a moment, get the blood flowing, stay with us. We really want to, we're almost through with this, but we want to make sure you guys hear this important stuff. We don't want you to have to go back and review it online later on. Thank you all.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So our next section's Section 345. This is something that we've actually talked about a number of times already, but I will give you another recount of it. House Bill 207 in 2021 was brought with originally a $2.5 million ask for protecting states' Commerce Clause rights on coal litigation. And anything coal fire related, power generation or exportation of coal. We realized that was a little narrow on the bracketry, and in 2023, the good rep from Fremont County brought a bill, House Bill 69, that opened it up to include the federal government as well. And really, ultimately, we did not see a use for that because of the narrow sideboards until this last year on the Buffalo RMP. We used all but $75,000 of it, which basically depleted the account. Realizing that there was need for the account to be replenished, there was an ask for $7.5 million. This narrowed it down to $3.6 million. And one other aspect that we did also bring in with this was opening it up to be natural resources. So we've further opened those up so we don't back ourselves into a corner, eliminating our ability to be able to use this in the future. So now we can use this against states, the federal government, and we can do this for natural resources across the board. So that is the explanation of subsection, or 300 section 345. And with that, I'd stand for any questions. Madam Chairwoman, unless there are any further questions, that concludes the explanation of section 345.
Absent any objection, Section 345 is closed. Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For an explanation of Section 346, natural disaster mitigation loans, you can refer to page 26 in your bill and page 7 on your status report. And we've already discussed this on Friday, but we'll go back over it and then we'll take any questions. The JAC decreased the governor's recommendation of $130 million. That's $101,279,207 of general funds and $28,720,793 of permanent mineral trust funds reserve account, one time by $30 million. And that was $1,279,207 of general funds and $28,720,793 of permanent mineral trust funds reserve account, down to $100 million in other funds as found in Section 39, and it has created Section 346 for natural disaster mitigation loans. JAC specified that each loan shall have an interest rate of 2%, a term of 20 years, and collateral which may be accepted in a subordinate lien position with administration of the program by the Office of State Lands and Investment and final approval by the State Loan and Investment Board as recommended by the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Board. And I'll stand for any questions. Seeing none, Madam Chair, I will move to close Section 346.
Absent any objection, Section 346 is closed. Chairman Bear. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess we're keeping everybody on their toes today. Happy Monday, by the way. Section 347 is found on page 79 of your budget bill. We have several references to this section throughout our presentation on Friday and then today, but I'm just going to summarize it for you once again. This was originally Section 307 in last year's budget bill, so we're going in and amending it. It's becoming Section 347. So the language in here had been vetoed by the governor, so we're overriding our chief executive here and bringing back in this language to restore the super flex authority for 3 agencies. So that is the department that oversees the quality of our environment, the healthcare department, and the department that so graciously houses our inmates. There is also a note that the judicial branch can have this flexibility, again, between, how many, I can't do a show of hands, how many of you guys know what superflex means? It's not just like a superpower that I have, right? There you go. Yeah, okay, superflex. Superflex means that an agency has the ability to move funds freely between their Series 100, which is a state employee, so an in-house employee, and between their 100 series and 900 series. 900 series is for contract services. So they can, as needed to meet their statutory requirements in serving our constituents, move money between the 100 series, again, state employee, and 900 series contract position. So now you know what superflex means. Okay, there'll be a quiz later. And so we also provide what's called mini flex. Nothing? Okay, you guys. So on little four on line 8 of page 80 of your budget bill, this talks about the mini flex authority that we restored for the following agencies for the following footnotes: the Chief Executive's Office for Natural Resource Litigation, the Public Defender's Office for Attorneys and Legal Support, our Park Stewards for Archaeological Work on Human Remains, Highway Patrol for security here at the Capitol, thank you very much, the Budget Department for a grant writer, and then the commission that oversees our gaming laws for race day staffing when there may be a race held on the same day in 2 different parts of our state. So are there any questions on this section?
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I just was wondering if there's any transparency or if there's a way for them to track this so that we can make sure that we're allocating for every dollar along the way.
Representative Sherwood.
My gosh, yes, that is such a good question. That is called a B11. So it's not a vitamin, but it's a process. And so anytime an agency moves funds from either that 100 series or that 900 series, either direction, your appropriators get an email from our LSO staff notifying us that that is happening. And we have a 10-day process where we can be like, whoo, pause, I've got questions, I've got concerns, what is this about? But yes, that is all documented. And, I forgot the name. Yes, it's documented. With that, Madam Chair, if there are no other questions on Section 347, I would move to close it.
Absent any objection, Section 347 is closed. Representative Angelos.
Madam Chair, thank you. All right, for an explanation of Section 348, you can turn to page 80 in your budget bill. And the JAC adopted the recommendation of the governor's letter 2 to authorize the use of previously appropriated funds for the state shooting complex. JEC also adopted the recommendation as proposed by the State Shooting Complex Oversight Task Force and added $3 million of Wyoming Tourism Reserve and Projects account funds and $500,000 in other funds from the Game and Fish, I can say that, funds for the development, siting, construction, and operation of the Wyoming State Shooting Complex with conditions. And so just a little explanation of that when you turn to page 80 in your bill. In 2023, the 67th legislature appropriated $10 million towards the state shooting complex. And that was $2.5 million from the Tourism Reserve and Projects account, $2.5 million from the Game and Fish Fund, and $5 million from the general fund. With this supplemental budget request, and you guys would have gotten all of this in an email from the state shooting complex. The supplemental budget request is $3 million from the Tourism Reserve and Projects account, $500,000 from the Wyoming Game and Fish Fund, and then there will be $6 million coming from Park County themselves, so they will, $6.3 million. A third of that comes from themselves. So I will stand for any questions.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I support the state shooting complex. I hope we get it through, but I do want to get an answer from the Appropriations Committee as to why this is in the budget. I've heard repeatedly that we're dealing with emergencies only. So if you could just articulate to me your thought process on why you would include this in our emergency budget, that would be great. Thank you.
Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's a valid question. Definitely, they are wanting to get started on this and get working and get their site started, and so construction was kind of imminent on that. And that's what I have for you.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Two questions, one question and a comment. I guess on page 81, lines 5 through 9, about this 3 million, additional 3 million, it'll be 13 million then total appropriated. How come these, I guess it says these funds shall not revert and can be used for operation and maintenance. I thought this was going to be self-sufficient. The users would pay for it, but it looks, so I guess I'd like to kind of know, is this thing going to cost 10 million, 11 million, 12 million? How much is going to be left over for operations and maintenance? That's the first part. And then I'd just comment on paragraph C, line 11 through 20. I think that is really a awesome appropriation to get the game and fish and hunter safety and what we're doing around the state, and that'll be really good. My last comment, Madam Chair, is there is nowhere in the green books that says a supplemental budget is for emergencies only. I don't know why we keep, what I think where that is coming from is our chief executive's memo said that to the agencies that he's in charge of. When he directed his agency directors, bring me your supplemental budget and I only want it for emergencies or unforeseen things. That's him telling his people. That's not us. It says nowhere in the green books that a supplemental budget is an emergency budget. We budget every year because stuff happens every year. And next week, we'll all be a third of the way done with your term on this floor. It goes fast. So if you want to get some things done in this budget, this is not, don't go down that road that this is an emergency, because that is, we are not bound by any statute on that. We are appropriators trying to do some good for our people in our state. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Wharf.
Thank you, Madam. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I rise with questions. One of the things that's bothered me for decades, there's a thing called Pittman-Robertson Dingell-Johnson dollars that's an excise tax that sportsmen have put on the types of products we buy, whether it's munitions, firearms, fishing, archery equipment, all that stuff. When that was first put in place, those funds were earmarked specifically to promote shooting sports and hunter safety. And I'm not sure when the change was made, but the change was made in Congress to allow state agencies to now use those funds for conservation efforts. And I guess I have a problem knowing that the agency that deals with our hook and bullet crowd, they already collect a bunch of money to promote shooting sports and hunter safety. And I really question why we're having to come up with money. I support the shooting range. I think it's great. I would like to see them in more locations than just one. I think it's great to have one that's kind of the showcase, but I guess I rise just, I guess to bring to light, because I'm not so sure, a lot of sportsmen don't know about Pittman-Robertson money, how it's generated, but it's tens of millions of dollars annually. And I think it's something I would rather see us go back to the original intent when we put that tax on sportsmen and their products, as opposed to coming back to this body and asking us to take funds and allocate it to a resource that should already be well funded.
Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was co-chairman of that task force to put this project together. And so part of the reason why we're here looking for this right now is so that we can move forward on the timeline that was established in that original bill. And so the selection of the site's been done. We've done some preliminary design stuff, and now we're ready to roll. And now's the time to allocate the money. And as the good member from the middle of the state mentioned, there's no need for it to be an emergency. It just fits in the timeline. Otherwise, you're just twiddling your thumbs, waiting. So now's the time. As far as the appropriation for operation, the business plan that this community put together was outstanding. I mean, it was knock your socks off, great business plan. And it does call for this thing to be cash flowing, and it will not require ongoing subsidy. Unlike similar complexes in other states that are staffed by game and fish employees or state parks employees, none of the employees at this facility will be state employees. So there's no ongoing FTE for the state of Wyoming. All those employees will work for the Joint Powers Board. But we understand that in year one, most of the matches that will largely drive this enterprise will already have been spoken for. And, you know, they plan those things years out. So we anticipate it's going to take a few years to get this thing up and rolling. And during those formative years, that's when we will be doing some subsidies. As their revenues increase, the state will decrease. And so it may be 3 years, 4 years, or it could be 6 months, depending upon how the market goes up there. The most important thing from my estimation is that we only have one chance to make a first impression. We want to do this right on day one so that all the publicity that it garners when it opens and the initial matches come to that facility will be nothing but positive. We picked a beautiful site. The team from that community has done tremendous work. They've invested a lot of their own money already into this enterprise. So no, I do not expect there'll be ongoing costs to the state once the 19.5 is up and running.
Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good chairman of the number one. I do want to touch on that. He did say this will be locally managed, state-owned, and state profit. So that is the intent, that the profits will come back to the state and it will slowly decrease. There is an MOU between the Joint Powers Board, and that will be registered voters of Park County. There'll be 3 positions. City Council will appoint 6 positions, or 3 positions from the City Council. They will be appointed. 6 positions from the County Commissioners. 1 spot for a County Commissioner will be held, and someone from the Firearms Museum will also be held on that, and the State Advisory Board will help oversee. So that is the intent, is that this becomes less of a burden on the state. It was, I think that we're starting to see state projects go this way, where we looked at maybe a museum earlier where the local community donated towards that, and we're going to see that here too. This is going to be a huge benefit to the state and to our tourism account, so I think we'll see that. To answer the other speaker's question, this does come from the Pittman and Robertson funds, the Game and Fish funds do for the 500 million. That's exactly what they're for. 500,000, sorry, 500,000. That would be a lot for that, right? 500,000 does come from that, so. And I'll stand for any other questions. If there's not, we'll go ahead and close out.
Absent any objections, Section 348 is closed. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, body, for the great questions. This is Section 349 in regards to a loan repayment. It's on page 83 of your budget bill. So here we concurred with our treasurer's letter that was given to us in January to transfer $40 million from the general fund to the legislative stabilization reserve account so that the auditor can make a loan repayment for 2023 university capital projects. Mostly this has to do with the construction of the new dorms on campus. This request is required by 2023 session law. And with that, I'll stand for questions. Madam Chair, hearing none, I'll close Section 349 and move on to Section 350.
Absent any objections, Section 349 is closed. Representative Sherwood.
We are now on page 83 of your budget bill, and the last item on page 16 of your status report. Here, the JC decided to overturn our chief executive's veto of this language, again, formerly in Section 310 of last year's budget. The policy limits state employee salary increases using general funds and requires that any increases using non-general fund sources be approved by the governor if this is in regards to an executive branch employee. The institutions of higher ed in the state are excluded from this policy. And if this is a judicial branch employee salary that's being considered for an increase using non-general funds, the adjusted wage has to be approved by the district court judge or chief justice. And so that we have transparency, any of these salary increases approved here are reported to the JAC. And with that, I will stand for questions. Hearing none, I will close Section 350.
Absent any objections, Section 350 is closed. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Our next section is going to be Section 399. Now, on your supplemental, or not supplemental, on your status report, you will not find 399 on page 16, but if you go to your budget bill on page 84, you'll find a simple line that says on page 84, line 21, it'll say 2023 Wyoming Session Law, Chapter 6, Section 1 is repealed. And you might ask, what is that? What are we repealing? And if you do go to the 2023 Session Law of Wyoming, you will find that that has to do with coal-fired facility closures litigation funding amendments. So this goes back to 345 and the $3.6 million that we're opening up for the conversation of natural resources. So this is just to align what happened in House Bill 69. We're realigning it to this new language that opens it up to be able to be used over the next year for more than just coal-fired litigation. So with that, I'd stand for any questions on Section 399, and that would be the repealer section. So, Madam Chairwoman, unless there are any further questions, I conclude the explanation of Section 399.
Absent any objections, Section 399 is closed. Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Folks, we're on the last page, the last section, ready to close out this bill. Everybody excited? I am. All right, thank you. All right, this is Section 400. This is simply the effective date, and this will be effective immediately as soon as all requirements are met. So with that, Madam Chairman, I would call for the question. Madam, I would move to close section 400 and call for the question.
Thank you, Chairman Bear. Absent any objection, section 400 is closed. The question is on Chairman Bear's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill number 1 does pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion has carried.
Thank you all.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Madam Chairwoman, I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? No. Motion carried.
Thank you, Chairman. The reading clerk will read the Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the budget bill, House Bill 1, the following sections were explained. Section 1, Section 4, Section 6, Section 8, Section 10, Section 11, Section 20, Section 24, Section 27, Section 39, Section 45, Section 48, Section 49, Section 57, Section 60, Section 67, Section 77, Section 80, Section 85, Section 96, Section 101, Section 157, Section 205, Section 38, Section 300, Section 301, Section 303, Section 311, Section 318, Section 323, Section 332, Section 342, Section 345, Section 303G, Section 346, Section 347, Section 348, Section 349, Section 350, Section 399, Section 400. The Committee of the Whole adopted a do pass recommendation.
Representative Williams.
Mr. Speaker, I move with the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report on Budget Bill, House Bill number 1.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion and the report have been adopted. Congratulations, Representative Rodriguez Williams. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to hear bills on general file. And members, the order has changed a little bit since this morning, so you need to update your screen so you can see the order that we're going to proceed.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. No. Motion has been adopted. Congratulations, Representative Singh.
The Committee of the Whole will please come to order. Step 2. The first bill for our consideration is House Bill 242. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 242, sponsored by Representative Tarver, manufacturers and dealers of new trailers, changes. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred House Bill 242, manufacturers and dealers of new trailers, changes. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Brown, Geringer, Larson, McCann, Nicholas, Posey, Tarver, Wiley. Representative Brown, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Vice Chairman Tarver? Oh, Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 242 do pass. And I move the explanation over to the bill's good sponsor, the representative from Northern Coal Country.
Vice Chairman Tarver.
Mr. Chairman, this is a fairly simple bill. It basically, the manufacturers of small trailers, they got lumped in with franchise agreements. And so this bill basically just pulls them out of the franchise agreement and makes it easier for them to do their licensing. So they're already practicing this currently. This just puts it into statute the correct way. So I would stand for any questions.
Discussion on the bill. Yeah, question having been called. All those in favor say aye. Okay, sorry folks, we're going to the script here. Question being called, all those in favor of Chairman Brown's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 242 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 242 has passed in Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 279. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 279, sponsored by Representative Nicholas. Property tax exemptions, order of application. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 3, Revenue, to whom is referred House Bill 279, property tax exemptions, order of application, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Campbell, Lean, Locke, Lucas, Storer, Stivar, Wharf. Excused, Representative Riggins. Representative Locke, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Locke?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 279 do pass. And I yield the floor to the representative from this county to explain the bill.
Representative Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with recommendation that House Bill 279 do pass. And for the explanation of this bill, ladies and gentlemen, so this was brought to the Appropriations Committee in December by our good director of our Department of Revenue because of the various property tax bills that we passed last year, this year, and even in years prior. There wasn't an order or an explanation of how the taxes will be implemented. So what this bill does, it creates an order, and if you go into the fiscal note, it kind of has a description of what that order is and what it means. But what I also did is I had a printout. It should be in your box right in front of you. It looks like this. And it talks about how you calculate your property tax in year 1 and then in year 3, and what this bill attempts to do and to correct. So without this bill, the sequence basically doesn't make sense. The Department of Revenue could actually implement our taxes in different ways, depending on which you apply first. And the problem with that, as you can see by that example, if you go by the market cap of year one of 5 million, and then you have your cap on growth rate, 4%. If your market value actually goes up 10% that year, then you take your assessed ratio of 9.5%, your mill levy property tax of 65, and you can see the taxes due in year one. And but unless you direct the order or sequence of application of the property taxes, what happens in year three is that 50% tax for your, let's say your homeowner's exemption, that's your long-term homeowner's exemption. The way it's currently written in our statutes, you could apply that first before you apply the 4% increase or a maximum 4% increase that's allowable under the bill we passed last year that limited just to a 4% increase. So what happens is that your tax goes back to your market cap from the prior year, and you're working off of that number, and so then your taxes are down. And so you can see in this example that the percentage of taxes due if you don't take the 4% first is actually only 44% instead of the 50% that is in this, that we have in our statutes. So this is a mechanism to fix that. And all it does is establishes an order of how you review our actions on property taxes in a sequence that makes it all consistent to get the actual effect of what we're trying to do here. So, and I think the easiest way to explain it really is in that fiscal note, where it says that if you apply the sequence so that subsequent exemptions are applied to the assessed value as it is modified by the application of the preceding exemption, then you come out with a proper result. So that's what this bill does. It takes our actual intent of that 50% over time to make sure that we're not actually passing a tax that is in 2 years from now will be 44% instead of the 50% of your long-term property tax. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. So this bill draft was brought to us by our Director of Revenue. It's not my bill. She just asked, we forgot to put it in as a JAC bill. And so I threw my name on it because she said, where are you guys at? We need this bill. So happy to answer questions.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for this legislation as it creates uniformity for our county assessors and it creates clarity for our constituents. We want them to be able to understand the algebraic expression by which their property taxes are being reduced. On and for the legislation.
Further discussion, Chairman Bear.
Thank you. I could be a brown bear, it's possible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too rise in support of this bill. I think this is a smart way to do this. It's helpful for the people to understand what's happening with their exemptions. It's smart for us to be able to determine what we're doing with our tax exemptions as well. So on and for the bill.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Question being called. Step 8. Question being called. All those in favor of, Chairman Locke's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the motion that it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 279 do pass. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed, no. The bill passes. House Bill 279 passes Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 188. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 188, sponsored by Representative Yin. 2 families, 1 nanny. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 188, 2 families, 1 nanny, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Clauston, Guggenmoss, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez-Williams, Wasserberger, Yin. Representative Stivar, excused. Representative Rodriguez-Williams, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Chairman Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill number 188 do pass. And I turn the explanation over to the good representative near the land of the Tetons.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members, I bring you 2 families, 1 nanny. So members, all this bill, it's very simple. All this bill does is make it legal for you to have 1 caregiver shared between 2 families. Right now, under DFS, under our statutes, DFS licensing as a childcare facility is required if you have more than 3 kids from separate families being taken care of. This came from a citizen in Wyoming that was like, this shouldn't be illegal, and frankly, there are people already doing it, and I don't want them to be breaking the law either. Very simple, 2 families, 1 nanny. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Rodriguez-Williams' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 188 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 188 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 166. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 166, sponsored by Representative Bratton, State Auditor, Payment Transparency. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 166, State Auditor, Payment Transparency, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Chestick, Kelly, Lean, Singh, Washit, Webb. Excused, Representative Filer. Representative Washit, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Washit?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 166 do pass. And I turn over explanation of the bill to the sponsor.
Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the purpose of this bill is to codify the terrific work that our state auditor is already doing today to provide transparency for the people of Wyoming through the website wyopen.gov. WYOPEN is Wyoming's online checkbook, and it gives public access gives the public easy access to the state of our state's expenditures, so people can see how the state spends our money. Currently, this site includes data for expenditures made up by our state starting from January 30th, 2020, up to just a few days ago. So although this work of transparency is in place today, it is not required in state statute. So this is a project the office has put together on its own accord. But a future, is that number 4, is the person who is in charge of that, number 4, could decide to not continue providing this service. House Bill 166 would simply codify the work that the office has already been doing so the people of our state wouldn't lose this valuable resource in the future.
Is there any discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Washit's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 166 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 166 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 97. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 97, sponsored by Appropriations, Property Conveyances Near Critical Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 97, Property Conveyances Near Critical Infrastructure, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Bear, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 97 do pass. And for the explanation, I will pass it over to the representative from this good county at the front of the room.
Representative Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move in the committee whole rise and report. It does so on the recommendation that House Bill 97 do pass. I ask for your favorable presentation, and I believe there was a standing committee amendment. But let me just go to the bill first, and I'll move the standing committee amendment as well and discuss that. So, ladies and gentlemen, there was a bill similar to this in last year's session that failed. And as part of Management Council's directives at the end of the session, they asked the House Appropriations Committee to revise the bill. Basically, the prior draft was unconstitutional. And so we formed a working group in the Appropriations Committee, and this is the result of that working group to kind of construct a statute that's consistent with the Wyoming Constitution and U.S. Constitution, but basically addresses the same issue. And what this does, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, it's self-descriptive in the title. Any private property conveyances near a critical infrastructure are prohibited for certain enemies of state, in essence. And so this prevents ownership of those foreign bodies that are designated by the United States as either a terrorist or an enemy of the state. It prevents them from, for example, buying property adjacent to the Air Force Base located in this town. The definition of what critical infrastructure is basically a statutory calculation. The statute is referred to down there in Section 1, but that's done by Homeland Security and company put that together of what that critical infrastructure is. And then this bill, lying on top of that bill, basically directs the Office of Homeland Security to review property conveyances. And if there's any conveyance that appears to be to one of those enemies of our state, it prevents that conveyance from taking place. So it's just a protection. This has been adopted in numerous other states around us, but it's a good bill as it's currently written. In the prior bill, the county clerks were responsible for locating and finding these, reviewing every conveyance. And by the way, conveyance means lease, own, or control in one fashion or another. So we took a statutory definition of conveyance and took out the prior language that was a little bit more sophisticated but overly burdensome, and just to simplify it by going to the statutory reference of conveyance. So currently, as it's drafted, the Homeland Security then has a certain amount of time to review any transaction. The obligation of the clerks are simply to forward it via email or electronic transfer. It goes to the Homeland Security, and they run it through a computer database that does a lot of the homework that otherwise was going to be the responsibility of the county clerks who didn't have that capacity. So that's in essence what this bill does. It's a 5-mile radius away from the definition of critical infrastructure as defined by the Homeland Security. And then I'll go to the standing committee amendment. This was just a clarification of language. In certain places it said within the 5-mile radius, and whereas now it's up to that 5-mile radius, just to give a little bit more leeway on exactly, and more basically, the problem was the way you could read it, it could be 5 miles on top of 5 miles. It could turn into 10 miles, just in the way it was structured. And so this was just a clarification to make sure that we're talking up to 5 miles. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the standing committee amendment? Hearing none. Question being called on, question being called. All those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. All right, that amendment passes. We are back on the bill. Question, Representative Haroldson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just on and for this, this is to clean up. This is really a cleanup bill. This is taking our clerks out of a position that they cannot fulfill or handle and putting it in the right place. So would ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Bear's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 97 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 97 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 154. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 154, sponsored by Representative Brady. False reporting amendments. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom's referred House Bill 154, false voting amendments. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Weber, Yin. Representative Locke, Vice Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Chairman Knapp.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move that when the committee of the whole rise to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill number 154 do pass. And with that, I would turn over the reading of the bill and explanation to the good bringer.
Representative Brady.
Thank you, Chairman. So this HB 0154 is just a little bit more tightening up on the election integrity. And I'll just read the introduction here. An act relating to elections, clarifying that the false voting statute includes out-of-state voting, authorizing the Secretary of State to request an investigation and providing for an effective date. So if we flip to page 2, it's still under section 22 or title 22, 26106, false voting. We added, including voting more than once in a Wyoming election or voting in any other state, and then voting or offering to vote in Wyoming for the same federal election. So just for clarity, every 2 years is considered a federal election because we do have a federal U.S. representative on the ballot. Section E, the county sheriff shall investigate acts of false voting at the request of the Secretary of State or a county clerk who has reasonable cause to believe that a person has committed false voting. So reading on, still in section E, after investigation and a finding that an allegation has merit, the county sheriff shall refer the matter to the district attorney for prosecution in an appropriation court in the state. Just want to let you know, a district attorney and means the same as county attorney in definitions 8-1-102. So we just want to let you know that we hadn't had this, there's no double voting. We didn't have this either double voting here going across state or their state to our state. And so we had to have this amendment to tighten that up. So that's about the extent of the HB 154.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just I guess maybe additional information or clarity as to why on page 2, line 9, we're adding the Secretary of State to that oversight. If there's a reason for this, because it seems it was our county clerks that were responsible for that. So I'm not sure why the addition of the Secretary of State.
Representative Brady.
Thank you, Chairman. That section was added depending on where the allegation originates. It may be sent directly to the county clerk. It may be sent directly to the Secretary of State. So in that case, if it's reported there, the investigation will begin.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Hearing none, question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Knapp's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 154 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 154 is passed, the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 132. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 132, sponsored by Representative Smith, annual permits for specified commercial loads. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 132, annual permits for specified commercial loads, respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Davis, Eklund, Johnson, Ottman, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Noes, Representative Provenza. Representative Winter, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Winter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill number 132 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the standing committee amendment as well as the committee of the whole amendment. See, that's wrong. We don't have the standing committee amendment, sorry.
All right, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here to talk on the standing committee amendment, and in essence, the first part of the amendment uncommingles part of ag wide loads with creating a new subsection of wide loads for specifically prefabricated building panels and trusses. And so essentially what this bill and the amendment does is the ag community liked having their 90-day amendment for when they're in the middle of harvest, but for those ag producers that are moving around hay, for instance, all year round, they wanted also the one-year option. So on the amendment, section A, around line 31, they increase it from 1 year to $200 if they want that option, and they kept everything else the same. And then page 2, lines 8 through 17, basically creates an annual permit for prefabricated building panels and trusses for the amount of $400 annually. So that is, in essence, what the amendment and the bill does.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? All right. Seeing none, question having been called, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1, say aye. Those opposed, no. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Winter's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 132 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 132 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 227. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 227, sponsored by Representative Angelos. Executive Order, Time Limitations. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred House Bill 227, Executive Order, Time Limitations. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Weber, Yin. Representative Locke, Vice Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Knapp?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill number HB 227 do pass. And I further move that the adoption of the Standing Committee amendment. Here to explain the bill is the bill sponsor for both the Standing Committee amendment and the bill introduction.
Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, members, I bring you House Bill 227, which is an executive order and time limitations. I'm going to explain the bill before I move the Standing Committee. Basically, what this bill does is it is an administrative cleanup bill that will sunset all executive orders after a governor leaves office within 30 days. Newly elected governors can extend EOs from previous administration, and they may choose to. We've heard that there are an ethics executive order that needs to be carried over, and totally understandable. But if they do not choose to, they expire after 30 days. Currently, there's no requirement in our state for any executive orders to undergo administrative procedure. And 12 other states have varying requirements for executive orders to undergo that. And looking back, some executive orders will have a rescind date on them, but a lot of them don't. And the last time it was like 2011, they went through and rescinded all the obsolete orders. So that's exactly what this bill does. And from then, I'm going to go ahead and move the Standing Committee amendment. So, Mr. Chairman, I move Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to House Bill 227. And basically what this does is it just cleans up the language a little bit. On page 1, line 14, deletes "at the end of." And then on page 2, line 1, it was an amendment just to delete governor's term. It was kind of redundant language, basically, is what it was. So, or whichever is sooner, we added that too. So it was just cleanup language. It was kind of redundant. So I will stand for the question.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Question having been called, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1, say aye. Opposed, no. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and move the amendment number 1 to House Bill 227. And what this is when we're going back through this in committee, I realized that this bill was doing nothing with the way that it was worded. So you can see on page 2, line 6, after the word order, we're going to insert currently in effect or after July 1st. So none of the executive orders that we were looking to rescind that are obsolete would apply to this. So this just cleans up that language. So I recommend an aye vote on this amendment.
We are now on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Question being called. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, say aye. Those opposed, no. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Any discussion on the bill? Oh, Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little confused by on page 1, the first 3 line, or line 12 through 14, the word governor is used several times, and it looks to me like that word is referring to 2 different people, which is kind of confusing. So unless the governor, and I take that to be the newly elected governor, issues an order extending a order from the previous governor. So there's 2 different people there, and using the same word to describe 2 people is very confusing to me. And I'm wondering if is it just me who's confused, or do we need to have some kind of a amendment to clean up which of the 2 people we're talking to in each of those usages?
Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was the discussion in committee, representative who posed that question. There was a lot of redundant governors. I feel like we did clean up the language. If you feel that you think that a friendly amendment to come up and clean that up, I don't have a problem with that at all. But yeah, it did kind of get redundant. But it is talking about two separate governors. We do want to make that distinction that a current governor going out, those executive orders will expire, but if a new governor coming in would like to extend those, absolutely. And like I said, there are some that will need to be extended. I would like to see some of those come to this body to put in the green books. I think that's important. We heard from the chief executive's office that some of those need to probably be put into statute, and I would be friendly to doing that, but I'm friendly to amending the language.
Any further discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Knapp's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 227 do pass. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed, no. House Bill 227 has passed to the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 226. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 226, sponsored by Representative Campbell. License Plate Search and Rescue Council. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred House Bill 226, License Plate Search and Rescue Council. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Brown, Geringer, Larson, McCann, Nicholas, Posey, Tarver, Wiley. Representative Brown, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 226 do pass. Further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendment, and I will dispose of that and then turn the bill over to the good bringer of the bill. Ladies and gentlemen, what you'll notice on this is the language for this particular license plate bill. All we did in committee was mirror the exact same donation amounts that are required for this is what we did with the wildlife conservation plate a few years ago, just to keep things statutorily the same. So all we're doing is taking that fee to $100 up front and then $50 on the renewal. And with that, Mr. Chairman, if there's no discussion on the amendment, I'd call for the question on the amendment and then turn the discussion over to the bringer of the bill.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Question having been called, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 say aye. Those opposed, no. Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 226 is pretty simple. It authorizes specially designed license plates to be issued for the benefit of search and rescue in the state of Wyoming. It gives specifying requirements, authorizing fees, makes conforming amendments, specifying applicability, and providing for an effective date. This is a good thing, supporting a good cause. I ask for your favor on this bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the bill? Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll probably vote for this bill, but I just want to remind the body that the purpose of a license plate is to identify the registered owner of that vehicle. And so that witnesses to crimes, witnesses to hit and run crashes, other citizens who need to try and identify a vehicle, law enforcement officers can clearly identify that vehicle. And as we keep adding more and more and more specialty license plates, at some point they start to detract from that primary purpose. And so I just caution everybody, we get a lot of these requests. I've had some in the past from different groups, and they want you to run these bills so that their group could potentially raise some money. But we should never forget the primary purpose of that license plate.
Any further discussion on the bill? Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what the previous speaker said. I am in favor of this bill, though, because having been part of search and rescue over the years and served on the Search and Rescue Council, we're having more and more searches, and a lot of them are very difficult searches anymore, where we have to have a lot of helicopters, air assets. The search and rescue volunteers are having to go through more training. That training is very expensive for them to do. And this was a way to help fund the search and rescue folks when they're out there trying to save people's lives. So I'm in favor of the bill. Thank you.
Representative Campbell.
Yeah, I would like to reiterate what the representative before me just said. This is a stellar group of people that go out. These are people that go out in conditions that nobody wants to be in. You know, and if their job's to bring home people dead or alive, you know, how do you put a price tag on that? These are very special people. I ask, please support this bill.
Minority Whip Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm just looking for a little bit more background on the impetus. How much money, like what's the shortfall? What do we anticipate coming from these license plates? Like, can we just talk about some of just the nuts and bolts of what we're doing? I can understand the concerns brought and why we would want to raise revenue, but I just want a little bit of education about the conversation that brought this bill forth, funding, why it's not happening, how much they need, how many license plates you anticipate being able to raise that shortfall in revenue.
Representative Campbell.
Yeah, these people do hundreds and hundreds of search and rescue missions every year. These license plates are designed to help them raise money to replace the equipment that they have as they wear this out. Right now, these are very, very specialized people. As Representative Conley had said, these are people that we're involving mountaineering, scuba diving, helicopters. It's almost the sky's the limit of the possibilities of what these folks could be asked to do. And everybody knows how Wyoming's weather is. Generally, when these folks are out looking for lost souls, they're doing it in the very worst conditions that Wyoming has to offer. Again, I ask your support for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. And just as a reminder, please direct your comments to the chair and do not refer directly to other members of the body. Representative Conley.
Mr. Chairman, to try to answer the previous question, the Search and Rescue Council funding runs through Homeland Security, and the searches are reimbursed through the sheriffs. The sheriff's department handles the searches. They pay the costs, and then those costs are reimbursed as long as they meet the criteria for the bylaws that the Search and Rescue Council has to work under. They have to keep $400,000 in their bottom line at all times. And currently, I can't say positively the exact dollar amount, but there may be $1 million right there. But what the problem is with these a lot more high dollar rescues. So if we have a rescue on Blacktooth, and you've got to have the helicopters come in at $8,000 an hour or more, those costs are getting higher and higher. And it would only take a couple of really major, high-profile search and rescues to bring that dollar amount that the Search and Rescue Council has right now to where they couldn't operate. Search and rescue people are the only true volunteers left. They don't get paid to go on these calls. They use their own vehicles a lot of the time. And this was just a really good way to try to help them get equipment and things like that. So hope that answered the question.
Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to apologize. I couldn't hear all that, but I did hear the sheriffs were mentioned. Just curious, how much of the funding for our county search and rescue teams comes from the sheriffs?
Chairman Byron.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to ask a question, good bringer of the bill. We kind of have two different schools of thought here. We have plates that allow for a fundraising mechanism, which I think is the pool this is falling in. And then we have plates that are specific to certain entities, such as a firefighter plate or a veteran's plate. So I just want some clarity. This appears to be a bit broader, and maybe maybe a member that currently serves as chairman of transportation could chime in here. But I think that it's really, I want the body to be clear. This is more like our wildlife plate we have, or University of Wyoming plate we have, and not so much individual members that will be getting this plate to identify their vehicle. If the good bringer could answer that question, that'd be appreciated.
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I had a similar question. I think the answer is the bill is broad. It's basically for supporters to support search and rescue funds. I'm curious on whether the committee or the sponsor thought about having a separate plate for search and rescue volunteers, because I think it's frankly just as important to be able to identify them as well. So would love to hear from the sponsor or any members of the committee if they heard about that being as an offering, or maybe we could have that as an amendment in second and third reading.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with a lot of what's been said from my colleagues. The rising costs of the search missions when they got to go out, all the volunteer time these people put into this, like I say, it's their time, a lot of times their equipment. They're doing this to serve us, to serve the state as true volunteers. But let us not forget what the good job our Wyoming Tourism Board is doing. They're bringing a lot more people into our mountains and our lakes and our rivers, and that increases the searches for these people. So they are becoming strapped, and they could use some help. I've talked to members in our district, and it's becoming a real problem for them. So I urge the body to move forward on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In addressing these license plates do both. They do give honor to the members of the search and rescue team, but it also provides a funding mechanism to replace their worn out gear as it goes. I do apologize. I was ill the other day and I left all my notes on this, so I don't have the exact numbers on everything with me today, but I can get those numbers to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Brown's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 226 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 226 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 238. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 238, sponsored by Representative Johnson. Ballot harvesting prohibition. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 238, ballot harvesting prohibition, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Smith. Noes, Representative Sherwood. Representative Bear, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill number 238 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the standing committee amendments. I will turn over the description of the bill to the bringer of the bill, and I'll just give a quick description of the amendment and see if we can dispatch with the committee amendment. This was an amendment that was put together really by some cooperative work between the people who administer our elections at the county level and those who work at it at the state level, and really coming up with a solution that ensured that no one is disenfranchised. So there are these homes where our elderly go and they are assisted, and sometimes it becomes difficult for them to participate in our elections. So in an effort to make that work and yet still protect our ballots and our elections from fraud, this particular amendment was brought to allow the employees of those homes where these particular electors are at, that each one of them could bring a certain number of ballots, and there would be an attestation that they had approval from the voter to do that. So with that, I would ask for your friendly consideration of this particular amendment and call for the question.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? A question being called. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill will stop ballot harvesting like we've seen in other states. I don't think it's a big problem in Wyoming, but there is a possibility there. I've 3 assisted living facilities in my area, and just walking through there and meeting those people, it would be pretty easy to ballot harvest a bunch of ballots there for nefarious reasons. This bill requires that you either be an immediate family member, or the amendment stands that you would be a qualified employee of the nursing home or nursing facility that you work at. Those are the only people that could gather those ballots and take them to the county clerk. And I stand for any questions.
Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the bringer of the bill. And my question is, what problem is this trying to solve? I don't really understand what problem is being addressed by this bill, other than this bill is designed to make it harder to vote. Ballot harvesting does not entail changing the contents of the ballot. Ballot harvesting, as I read the bill, just talks about how is this ballot delivered to the clerk. And to the delivery to the clerk I don't care really how the ballot gets delivered to the clerk, as long as it's in the outside envelope signed by the elector. From that point, I don't care how it gets delivered to the clerk, because the security for that ballot to make sure there is no fraud is when the clerk receives it, however they get the thing, they have to check the signature on the outside of the envelope to the register, to the voter book, where the voter had signed originally when they registered to vote. If those signatures match, it's valid. If they don't match, it's invalid. And that's where the security for fraud is, to make, if those signatures don't match, the ballot is discarded. If they match, then the person who signed the outside envelope is the voter. And so I don't see where there is a problem having anybody deliver the ballot. It's not, there's no fraud there, as long as the signature is legitimate, and that's being checked by the clerk after they receive it. So I don't understand what this bill tries to solve, what problem it's trying to solve. And to me, it just seems like it is putting another roadblock and making it harder to vote.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say that these are for absentee ballots, and the majority of these people are just going to fill out their ballot, put it in the secure envelope, and mail it. This is for people that are maybe blind, their children will show up, or their the assisted living care facility designated person would help them fill out the ballot. They would make sure that that ballot was put in the secure envelopes in the proper way, and that ballot would be delivered to the clerk personally by hand, and it wouldn't be touched by anybody that wasn't an immediate family member or the designated representative of the nursing home or assisted living facility.
Any further discussion on the bill? Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. So if your ballot is rejected, so someone brings your ballot in and maybe they are well-intentioned, it's not harvesting, but the county clerk says, no way, I'm not accepting this ballot. There's no provision in here to tell that person that their ballot was rejected. So as far as they know, they cast their ballot and their vote was counted. How are we going to then let folks know their vote was rejected and they need to either come down or there needs to be something, some due process to allow for the folks whose votes are then taken away because the clerk has made, maybe it's a fair decision, but how do we then make sure that those people get to cast their vote if they don't know that their ballot is not processed?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just say that rules are being promulgated by the Secretary of State, and this will be in the instructions on the ballots. It will tell people what is allowed and what is changed and how those will become the correct ballots and fair ballots.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those rule promulgations are not in this bill. There is nothing to say that that is happening. There's nothing to tell me to tell the good person that oversees our elections that they have to do that. So there is no protection for people whose ballots are turned away. As currently written, that is not in the bill.
Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm thinking about the folks in the long-term care facilities, nursing homes. And if I read that right, it has to be a family member that can take their ballot to the clerk. What if they don't have any family members left? I mean, it seems like it's making it pretty hard for people that are seniors and older folks are really, they vote consistently, and it just feels like it's just making it a little bit harder for them to get their vote to the clerk and also be confident that it'll count.
Speaker Pro Tem Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to the last good rep that brought that question, if you look at the Committee of the Whole amendment that we just adopted, that addresses that conversation and that concern, because that was the concern that we had as well as the committee, that not everyone has family. I go into these facilities on a weekly basis in my other profession, and I've got great friends that sadly enough don't have any family. So that gives them the ability to have different options, and so that has been addressed in the standing committee amendment. We do agree that family is a little too prescriptive, and we've opened that up and fixed that issue.
Representative Johnson.
Yeah, I'd like to bring everybody's attention to page 2, line 6. It says, "No person shall deliver a ballot to the clerk unless a person is qualified elector who is casting the ballot or the person is immediate family of the qualified elector." And that amendment included a qualified employee of a nursing home or assisted living facility. So it does say you have to be one of those two people. You can't say that I don't know. I just grabbed this ballot and went down and tried to give it to the clerk. It says in this right here that you have to be an immediate family member or a member of the assisted living facility.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Bear's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 238 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 238 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 148. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 148, sponsored by Representative Rodriguez Williams, University of Wyoming Governance, Elected Trustees. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 4 Education, to whom is referred House Bill 148, University of Wyoming Governance, Elected Trustees, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Kelly, Lawley, Singh, Strzok, Williams. Representative Andrew, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 148 do pass. And I turn over the explanation to the sponsor.
Chairman Rodriguez Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you House Bill 148, University of Wyoming Governance, Elected Trustees, and ask for your favorable consideration. There's nothing that unifies Wyomingites like our university. Regardless of disagreements on politics, religion, or the litany of other things that divide us today, we all love our university. This bill allows for residents of Wyoming from across the state to elect representation on the UW Board of Trustees. It increases representation of the people and provides an opportunity for citizens in Wyoming to have stake in the leadership of our beloved university. Currently, the entirety of the Board of Trustees, which is 12 members, is appointed by the governor or the chief executive. The bill maintains the constitutional status quo of 12 appointed members and simply expands the board to allow 7 elected members from each district across the state to have a seat too. The bill allows for ordinary citizens to run to represent their communities and serve the university at the same time. This bill also provides accountability without upending the board's current structure. It's a perfect way to maintain structural status quo while expanding public access to the university's governing authorities. In committee, we did not hear any testimony in opposition to the bill. Essentially, what the bill does is, it's several pages, but it just conforms these new positions into Title 22. So I would stand for any questions.
Any discussion on the bill? Representative Garinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the good chairman from up north, a quick question for you. I think right now, as it stands with the chief executive's appointments, no more than 75% can be of a particular political party. And I'm just wondering with the additional electeds, if there would be some sort of confirmation with that as well.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So question on how the districts are created. What would they be initially, and do they get redistricted? I'm trying to see what the reference is, but would love to just hear it from the sponsor.
Chairman Rodriguez Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the first speaker, the first question. Yes, there is a constitutional provision that the board must consist of no less than 7 members appointed by the governor. It does not state that the board must consist of only, excuse me, let me repeat that. The constitutional provision does not state the board must consist of only 7 members. Instead, it reads consisting of no less than. And to answer your question, they're nonpartisan seats. We have 7 districts across the state, and so that's how it's broken down. And it references the statute, and I will try to look for it and get back to you, to the good representative.
Representative Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So ladies and gentlemen, this bill on its face is unconstitutional. I would ask you to pull out your Constitution, go to Article 7, Section 17. And I'm going to walk you through this article. It's entitled Government of University. The first sentence reads, "The legislature shall provide by law for the management of the university, comma, its land and other properties by a board of trustees, comma, consisting of not less than 7 members, comma, to be appointed by the governor by and with the advice and consent of the Senate." That's what it reads. Now, our Supreme Court has had numerous opportunities to translate on how you read sentences. And it's fairly simple, so I want to explain that to you. When you read a sentence, in accordance with judicial rules of grammatical construction, a comma preceding a prepositional phrase denotes that the phrase pertains to all the antecedents. The corollary of that is, when a comma does not precede a predecimal phrase, the phrase applies only to the immediate preceding antecedent. Using that constitutional interpretation by our Supreme Court, that phrase, consisting of not less than 7 members, is the direct corollary response to appointed by the governor. There's no other way to read this, ladies and gentlemen. This bill is unconstitutional, so on and against.
Oh, man. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to the last comments, I believe there is another way to interpret it. I certainly interpret it somewhat differently. And it starts with the first sentence. It says, "The legislature shall provide by law for the management of the university." That's the first and foremost thought that is there. I would submit to you that in this case, where the entirety of the board is appointed and serves at the discretion of the chief executive, that the legislature has left out. They have surrendered under the separation of powers. I believe that by adding these other members to the board, we then have people that are responsible directly to the people and not directly to one branch. And so therefore, I am very much in favor of this bill.
Any further discussion? Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question for the bringer of the bill. I noticed on page 4, line 7, it talks about any appointed trustee may be removed by the governor, but what about the elected officials? Thank you.
Chairman Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the good country lawyer that spoke up front of the body, I would push back significantly. This question was posed to the good attorneys that work for all of us in the body, and the answer was that they saw no issue with expanding the board membership. The constitutional provision provided the board must consist of no less than seven members appointed by the governor with the consent of the Senate, plus the state superintendent and the president of UW as ex officio members. The legislature has expanded the ex officio members to include the governor and the president through statute, and there have been bills proposed over the years to expand the membership to include other individuals. Again, I would repeat that the constitutional provision does not state the board must consist of only 7 members. Instead, it reads that consisting of no less than.
Representative Chestick. I'm sorry, Clauston. Oof.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, to the bringer of the bill, reading the fiscal notices, there's no fiscal cost estimated, but if we're adding 7 members, is there salary, travel, per diem? What would those costs look like? And if so, how often would this Board of Trustees meet?
Chairman Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do believe that this board currently meets monthly all across our state, and it's probably a very expensive board to run. So that would certainly add a significant fiscal cost, if I may answer your question. But I would like to speak more towards the policy decision we're deciding. Maybe we don't like them, maybe we like them. Either way, you say, hey, let's elect a few more. Then we'll take it to the people. Do the people know the best, what's the best for that great university over the hill? I'm not sure. Not a lot of my neck of the woods that are graduates. I'm one of the lucky ones. But we're going to take it to the people, so then we're going to add to a board when we're already struggling to fill board positions statewide. You can check your list you get every quarter about that vacancy report. And we're going to continue this discussion that if something's not going in the direction we want it to, we're going to bring it to the people. So I just think it could become a very expensive predicament. I do talk to my trustees from my neck of the woods and interact with them frequently as an alumni. And I do think it is amazing work that they do, all associated with communities, community members, thoughtfully appointed by our chief executive. So I think the body just more has to think about, is this, if we're not seeing something we like, do we just decide to go add a few more, take it to the people to elect it? Maybe we take a few away. Maybe we look at the Constitution and change that. That might be a good idea. Take it to the people. It's the people's university. Let's take it to them.
Chairman Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's correct. There was no fiscal note attached to this bill. There was representation from our land-grant university present during the committee. There was no testimony that was provided in regards to the fiscal note. It did get brought up in committee. So to my knowledge, I don't think that the office that provides us support on fiscal notes overlooked this. I've filed other bills and had fiscal notes, but this one didn't have one. And again, there was nothing that came up in committee in regards to it. And then to the speaker that just spoke, I would just push back and say that I had no interest in running a constitutional amendment on this. I think that that this bill would make the trustees a little more accountable. We would have better representation at the community level, and those that are elected in these seats, which are very similar to our community college vacancies, would be more familiar to our community, and in return, the institution would receive more support. So I view it in a positive light.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so the question is actually for the lawyer, the good city lawyer from County Number 2 that brought up the issue around the Constitution. Is the argument saying that that clause is saying that all the trustees must be appointed by the governor? Is that the argument being made, that's what that construction means?
Any further discussion? Representative Chastik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to the last question, exactly that's what exactly means. The comma after members completes a thought, and then the next clause becomes an independent clause, so basically whatever happens before that comma has to be appointed by the governor. So yes, you could have more than 7 people appointed by the governor. We do now actually have more than 7 appointed by the governor. I think there's 12 now. Another principle of statutory interpretation is every word must mean something, and the consisting of not less than 7 members does mean something. It means that the governor can appoint more than 7. It doesn't mean that we can add a new way of putting people on the Board of Trustees, because that's not contemplated by the Constitution. So I completely concur with the good city lawyer and believe that this amendment is blatantly unconstitutional contrary to the Wyoming Constitution.
Any further discussion? Chairman Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I would just push back and just repeat the previous argument that I stated earlier. Ask for your favorable consideration. This bill leaves 7 appointed by the governor, plus 7 elected from the districts contained in Wyoming Statute 91218 with the 4 ex officio members contained in current statute. Thank you.
Are you ready for the question? Oh,
No, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, just a question for the sponsor, just again for the body and for me, I've read it, but what are the districts then, these 7 districts? How are they determined again? I think it's in there, but I don't know. So if you could help me out on that, thank you.
Chairman Rodriguez Williams. In the meantime, Representative Provenzo.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and give the good chairwoman a moment to gather her thoughts. You know, I'm not necessarily opposed to the concept of the bill. I got some serious qualms about how our Board of Trustees handles their business. Feels like every 5 minutes they're in executive session. And they've made executive session decisions that have really negatively impacted my district. I don't take issue with that. I struggle with how the current Board of Trustees handles their business. I guess my concern, though, with this is that this doesn't force them out of executive session. This doesn't force them to be more transparent. This doesn't force them to act any differently. It's still going to allow them to navigate how they do their business in a way that my constituents, quite frankly, aren't happy with. So, I mean, what I'd like to see, I think, with this is how can we mandate more transparency? How can we mandate more accountability? And voting every however many years doesn't necessarily always provide that. So just sharing my perspective to give the good chairwoman some time and relate to the body that I think that there's work to be done here. But I would argue that we need to do it in a way that's constitutional and accomplishes the goals that we're trying to set. So hopefully that was enough time, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Harshman. Up. Chairman Rodriguez Williams.
I apologize to the good representative from the Windy District. It's on page 15 of the bill, looking at line 1 and 2. The state statute is 91218B. And it's spelled out in the statute, those districts. So, and my apologies.
Representative Larson, JT.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question. Has the sponsor considered or thought about the fact that the good chief executive could continue to add positions? We only meet once a year, and he could basically just cancel out. He could just add 7 more positions that he appoints and cancel out these elected position votes if he wanted. So, I mean, he could dilute the votes we're trying to get on the board, is all I'm trying to say. Not saying he would or trying to imply his motive, but just a thought.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the good representative from the county that we honored, the football champs, Sheridan County. Anyway, I found 91218, and that's the appointment districts, and fair enough, and those are common in statute. But if we're going to elect people from districts, I think we'd all want to have more of a population-based district. I mean, one of these districts, and I can say counties, District 6 is Crook, Niobrara, and Weston. So they're going to elect 1 trustee, and then the people in District 7, Natrona, Fremont, and Converse, which is probably 10 times the population of those 3 counties, is going to elect just 1. And then Then District 4 is Campbell, Johnson, and Sheridan. Somewhere in the middle, and then you know, so I think to just say these appointment districts is a little different deal, and I think this, if we're supposed to be representing the people in this thing, and I guess, again, I'll go back and, you know, I listened to the two attorneys here speak. I think there are some, if you read that whole section 17 of Article 7, just read it from the beginning through. We invested the power and the trustees that are appointed. And so interesting, but I appreciate you bringing the bill. Good discussion. And I'm going to certainly vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in light of it being by county, you know, one of the things we talked a lot about during redistricting was the one person, one vote issue. And so when you elect people by county in the way that our statute is lined up, which is fine right now because it's an appointment and not an election, if you have to elect members by county, then you have the additional constitutional concern of violation of one person, one vote, because the counties are not evenly distributed. Niobrara County has fewer people than the people in Laramie County, which means that they have more say in who their elected member would be because they have fewer people that make the decision compared to Laramie County that has far more people in it. So under the United States Constitution and the consideration of one person equals one vote, you are violating that by making it an elected position. So that's just another consideration to think about. I kind of question the conclusion that our staff said that this was of no constitutional concern. I certainly don't think that's true.
Representative Pendergraph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the beautiful things about the way we do things here in the United States is that we prevent the tyranny of the majority. Our state has 2 U.S. senators, yet we don't even have the population of most cities in other places. You can see the logic and the reasoning behind that, and I believe that's the same kind of concept that we're putting behind these districts.
Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In addition to the constitutional issue that we've identified, I would like to speak against this bill just on its merits. I don't know what problem we're trying to solve. What I see happening, though, is by injecting a bunch of elected, even though they're nonpartisan, it would be a nonpartisan election, having elections injects some level of politics into the educational system. And I resist that. I don't think that's a good thing to do. I think we need to have people who are devoted to education, know something about education, and therefore, and I'm not sure electing people like that is necessarily going to produce good trustees who know how educational institutions run or will respect the academic freedom that these institutions require. So for that reason, I am philosophically opposed to the idea of electing trustees.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a friendly amendment, I would like to offer that maybe since we have 23 counties, is that we also have 23 new representatives or electeds to that University of Wyoming board. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the bill? Chairman Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to consider to ask for a favorable consideration on this bill. and push back against the good country lawyer who was talking about the current board. I would argue that presidents and vice presidents of universities come and go rapidly. They jump from state to state in their career and in higher education. This bill tethers more Wyomingites to the upper level decision making at UW. Friendly reminder, folks, that our land grant university was established by the Merrill Land Grant Act of 1862, which established universities to the further study of agriculture and mechanical arts. If this board knows best, and we have an obligation to this university, I would argue and push back against the good country lawyer that it's not properly representing us, because I can tell you in past years, we've had debate on this floor about drag shows that have been going on and other illicit performances that require re-education of freshman students. That are really geared towards one political ideology. And so my hope is, again, is that we instill more accountability in our land grant university, thus the genesis of the bill. Thank you.
Representative Jarvis.
Thank you, Chairman. The only thing I have to say is, when you're looking at educational boards, there is a saying on, there is a number of people for which you can efficiently and effectively get things done, and this might be too many cooks in the kitchen.
Any further discussion on the bill? Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just keep thinking somebody else is going to jump up and do this. When we talked about Wyoming having 2 senators and we're a small state, every state has 2 senators, of course, as we all know. And a one person, one vote is based on the House of Representatives, the U.S. Congress. That's how we determine the one man, one vote. That's why we have one representative. Other states have many representatives. So just, bear that in mind a little bit.
Is there any other discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Andrews' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 148 do pass. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed, no. No. The chair is in doubt. All those in favor, please stand. I'm up. Now all those opposed? Please stand still. Go ahead and sit down. House Bill 148 has passed, 29 to 25. All right. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Committee of the Whole begs leave to rise and sit again. We're not done yet. According to Rule 4-5B, we can only introduce bills up to 6 p.m., and we've got a couple of bills that need to be introduced. We have a little bit more work to do, but we're going to try and get you out by 6, so let's finish strong.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. All right.
No, we can rise and sit again. It's just a brief break and then back. Do we have to? Oh, Bryce introduces the yeah, we'll find out. We want to do it right. Okay. Okay.
Got to be recognized with more than
No,
just
you never gaveled out.
point.
So go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, gavel back. All right.
More than just a point.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I recommend, or I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion carries.
Okay, the reading clerk will read the Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. House Bill 242, do pass. House Bill 279, do pass. House Bill 188, do pass. House Bill 166, do pass. House Bill 97, do pass, amended.
Leave that right here,
House
'cause
Bill
you're gonna come back up here.
154, do pass. House Bill 132, do pass, amended. House Bill 227, do pass, amended. House Bill 226, do pass, amended. House Bill 238, do pass, amended. House Bill 148, do pass, amended. Representative Singh, Chairman.
Representative Singh.
I move the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Congratulations, Representative Singh. Hold your applause because he's going to have to be back here in a few minutes. So we have to go through all of this little bit of circumstance here. So anyway, he'll hold that. And so here's what we got to do. Just to tell you also what happened. There was 2 bills that I did not get introduced. The requirement is they must be introduced by 6 p.m. If we didn't stop and do this now, and we wanted to continue on and getting more bills run for Committee of the Whole, we'd have had to stop you later anyway, rise and report. So what we're going to do is I'll introduce these 2 bills, we'll drop back into Committee of the Whole, he will motion to go in, and then we'll put him back in, and then we can go right back on where we were and try to work on through. The reason I stopped you right now is because the next bill has 3 amendments, and I did not know, and once you start, you can't stop. So it could have went beyond the 6 o'clock time, and both these bills would not have been allowed to be introduced. That's the reasoning behind this. So with that in mind, we are at that order of business with bills on introduction, reading, and reference of bills. First bill for our introduction is Bill 318.
House Bill 318, sponsored by Representative Lucas.
First reading of the bill.
Maintenance of voter lists.
House Bill 318 will be assigned to Committee Number 9, Minerals. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 321.
House Bill 321, sponsored by Representative Lucas.
First reading of the bill.
Election Judge Selection.
House Bill number 321 will also be assigned to Committee Number 9, Minerals. With that, Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House resolve itself into Committee of the Whole.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Congratulations, Chairman Singh.
All right, the Committee of the Whole, please come to order. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 189. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 189, sponsored by Representative Lean. Harmful communication, minors. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 189, harmful communication, minors. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Chestick, Filer, Kelly, Lean, Singh, Washit, Webb. Representative Washit, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Washit?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation of House Bill 189 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendment, which I'll explain, and then the sponsor of the bill will carry the explanation of the bill itself. So members, when we look at that Standing Committee Amendment number 1, lines 1 and 2, we needed to account for undercover sting operations where the undercover agent is posing as a minor. So we inserted the words purported minor. Page 8, 10, and 12, we inserted or both so that the sentencing judge can enact either the fine or the prison sentence or both. Again, on line 14, that deals with the purported minor question as I've already described. Then we go into this cause of action on lines 18 through 28. And here we're dealing with the legal ramifications for the victim or the victim's parents to bring a civil cause of action against the perpetrator. And so you can read that for yourself, but that just sets forth the proceedings for that civil litigation, and it indicates that it's independent of any criminal proceedings. There need not be criminal proceedings, and it's not contingent upon obtaining a conviction in any criminal case if there is one. Then we insert some new language where we were talking about creating an exemption for when we might have young people in a dating relationship or and they're communicating with each other in such a way that it might fall under the definitions of this bill. And so we created these exceptions that it doesn't apply when we have, for example, an 18-year-old communicating with a 17-year-old, provided that the communication does not involve coercion, exploitation, or manipulation of the minor. And, it's an important word, and, so this one also has to be there. The communication occurs within the context of a consensual dating or romantic relationship. So that's your standing committee amendment. I'll stand for questions and urge your consideration.
You have heard the motion on the standing committee amendment number 1. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Question being called. All those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1 say aye. Those opposed, no. Standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll quickly walk you through some statistics and then walk you through the bill. Thank you to the chairman for bringing that amendment. The reason for this bill is in the county where I reside, there's one advocacy center. In that one advocacy center, there are 474 children that were served 474 forensics interviews. 192 of these children were ages 0 to 6, 174 ages 7 to 12. 106 of these children were ages 13 to 18. 306 of these cases altogether occurred with sexual abuse. There's a whole wide variety of who the perpetrator was. But if this is just one county in our great state, we know that there is a need to fill this hole. For you see, law enforcement has a gray area, and that's what this bill fixes. It fixes so that if there are inappropriate pictures or obscene content sent to a minor with the intent to harm that minor or coerce that minor into acts that they may not otherwise have been involved in, this gives the law enforcement the opportunity to prosecute the individual that is coming after the minor. I'll walk you through the bill. I'm going to start on page 2. There are obscene and the definitions for it. Page 2, I want to draw your attention to lines 11 where it talks about a pattern of communication. The reason that this bar is set low is because there are individuals who will take advantage of youth, and we want to make sure that even one child harm is too many, so that's why there's a pattern of 2. It walks you through the fines, the different things that they have to be engaged in, and it gives the law enforcement the opportunity to prosecute the individual for graphic photos that could be sent to the minor or inappropriate conversations that could lead this minor into a sexual abuse type situation. We ask that it be enacted immediately just so that law enforcement that has cases that are currently being investigated have the opportunity to get started on those investigations. There is an amendment for committee of the whole, and it's number 1, and I'll let Mr. Chestick take over if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to House Bill 189. This is, I think, a friendly amendment, and it's mostly to clean up a definition that, or some words that could be misinterpreted or interpreted in ways that we don't intend. And that's on page 6, line 16, the bona fide. A bona fide is a very fuzzy standard and requires inquiries into somebody's intent and whose intent we're looking at. It's not clear. So the amendment would simply replace bona fide with So with the amendment, the section would read, the section shall not apply to any person who communicates or instructs about sexual matters in the course of any age-appropriate sex education curriculum or any program at any church, college, or church, school, college, or university, period. The lines 17 and 18 are being deleted because they're unclear and redundant, I guess. So the idea is simply to define bona fide as a age-appropriate sex education. So we're not trying to capture those, and that's the amendment. I ask for your favorable consideration.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Question being called. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, say aye. And those opposed, no. The amendment has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Lean. Oh, I'm sorry. We are on the next Standing Committee, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2. Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2 to House Bill 189 and ask for your favorable consideration. This amendment, and I thank you for your patience while this is the first piece of legislation I've ever written. This amendment just gives us the opportunity to create an exemption for those individuals that are minors that are emancipated, minors that have been given parental consent to marry under the age of 18, and their spouses, so that they may be able to communicate how they wish without fear of being punished. I ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Any discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, are you ready for the question? Question having been called, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 2, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So at 67 years old, it kind of comes as a surprise that you are having these kind of conversations, that you'd have to identify this kind of stuff and work with it. But let me just share with you that during my legislative experience, I've generated a dear friendship with the legislator from another state who this summer, legacy family in their state, been involved in government for generations. Strong, just, they cross their T's and dot their I's, wonderful, wonderful people. This summer had a 14-year-old grandson commit suicide. Just was devastated. Couldn't figure out. 14 years old, working on getting his pilot's license, straight A student. Again, cross the T's, dot the I's. Trying to figure this out, figure that out. We come to this social media stuff. Gets on social media, starts getting these messages, okay? And one thing leads to another. Then there's videos, and he's downloading them. And pretty soon they're saying, aha, now we're going to tell your parents. Unless you pay. He said, 14, I don't have any money. They says, well, go get your mom's credit card, your dad's credit card. He said, can you just see your own grandson or your own son at 14 saying, oh, holy, there's no way I can tell my mom and disappoint her to the degree that I've done. And we all know there's nothing that they've done so bad that they can't come and tell us. But tell a 14-year-old that, right? And so the end result is they found him dead, and they found this through this type of messaging, that it went back and, of course, went to some foreign entities doing this, and they're working on that. But I just think we have to give people recourse and protect our young people. And so I appreciate the bill, and as maybe we'd say, why? Well, I've just shared with you why, and hope that you'll support the bill.
Any other discussion on the bill? Are we ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Washett's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with a recommendation that House Bill 189 do pass. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed, no. House Bill 189 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 183. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 183, sponsored by Representative Heiner. Net metering amendments. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals and Business and Economic Development, to whom is referred House Bill 183, net metering amendments. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley, Schmid, Tarver, Weber. Excused, Representative Campbell and Regans. Representative Heiner, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Heiner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's hard to go after that last testimony. That kind of hits me at the heart. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill number 183 do pass. There are no amendments. Members of the chamber, let me explain net metering to you a little bit here. Net metering is a symbiotic relationship with a utility and a customer. Customer puts some solar panels up on their roof, and during the sunny part of the day, the heat of the day, they generate a little bit excess electricity that goes into the utility, which coincidentally is during the time of the day when most of their air conditioning load is going on, so it relieves some of the stress on their system during this peak time of the day when they reach a peak on the system and kind of levels that out. So they work together during the day. And then at night, when the solar panels don't work so well, then the customer can draw upon energy from the utility and the lights and things they need at night. So it's kind of a symbiotic relationship. At the end of the month, it's a two-way meter. It goes back and forth, the electricity, and it measures it back and forth both ways. At the end of the month, if the customer has used more electricity than they have put on the utility, then they have to pay that difference in retail rates, just like you and I do. If at the end of the month they've given the utility more electricity than they've actually consumed, that goes on as a credit, just for the energy portion of their bill. They still pay the monthly fee and all those. If you've looked at your power bill, there are about 18 lines there. They pay for all those. They just don't pay for the energy charge for that electricity that's gone on as a credit. So every month it's trued up. It carries on, either a credit or a debit. And if a credit will carry on month to month until the end of the year. And at the end of the year, it's cashed out. If you still have a credit on the utility, then they pay you for that excess energy that you've given to the utility. And they pay you at the avoided cost for solar energy, which for one of the large utilities in the state is about 1.3 cents per kilowatt hour. So pretty low energy. So what this bill does, it leaves, there's a cap. You can only generate 25 kilowatt is the ceiling right now. Whether you're a residential customer, whether you're the airport or a school or a small business, it's capped at 25, and that's adequate for a residential customer. But some of these small businesses, they've seen rate shock and the threat of rate shock over the past few years, 30% rate increases, 15% rate increases, and it can be devastating to some small businesses and some government entities. So this bill, what it does is it keeps the residential rate at 25 kilowatt ceiling, but it raises a non-residential, a commercial or government entity can go up to 200 kilowatts. Now, is that unusual? Other states that surround us, they do the 25, but they do 2 megawatts or 2,000 kilowatts. So that's not unusual to go up to 200. But this is widely supported from municipalities, school districts. A school district can do this to defray some of their costs as well. And there's tremendous government grants out there right now from the federal government to help defray some of the cost of doing this. The third thing that this bill does is it makes it so you can aggregate meters. So if you're a school district and you've got, say, 3 meters, you can aggregate those together, and instead of just 200, you can supply actually 600 kilowatts and have a bigger system on your bus barn or something like that to help defray some of those costs. Now, this provides incentive for net metering, but the question is, at what point does net metering become a liability for the utility? There's a number of surveys and information out there that says at 10%, when the customer load of solar generated power gets up to 10% of the peak load of the utility, it becomes a burden. So on the last page of this bill, we have a 5% catch, so that if it gets up to 5% of any utility, then the legislature can take these incentives away to stop that, so it won't be a burden. So members, I urge you to support this passage of this bill. It helps small businesses, it helps your communities, it helps your school districts, and it will bring green energy without having great big solar farms on our public lands and our farmlands. What greater place to have solar panels than on a rooftop or a parking garage where it's not affecting wildlife? And I stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm on and for the bill. I love this bill. I had a similar bill, but back in my first year in the legislature, and I wish we had passed it then, but I'm happy to see it in front of us now. I mean, I think this bill promotes basically more independence and freedom, especially for those non-residential users that we now include here, right? So they'll be able to be more independent from the yoke of electricity rates that they might have to end up paying. And so not only does it help those local districts that might want to use it, but it definitely helps any other folks that aren't residential users be a little bit more independent. And so on in support.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
I have a couple of questions. Just as we've talked about net metering over the years, the bone that sticks in most utilities' gullet is that this idea of what they have to buy the excess energy for. Is it a retail price that they have to buy that for, or is it what they could get it if they purchase it from an independent power producer? So if you can help me through that. And then would there be such a situation that I think that there's some existing federal programs where to help the ag industry if they're pumping water for irrigation or some other purpose. So could you aggregate those costs if you were doing an agricultural use? And then let's just say for 6 months of the year, I don't think it would be that much. 6 months of the year, you're using that solar to pump water, and then the remainder of the 6 months, you're not pumping any water. Would you then just be selling? And you'd be selling that excess energy generated to the utility, and would they be required in that instance to purchase all of that? So if you could help me with those, that'd be helpful.
Majority Floor Leader Heiner. Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think I heard you say there's going to be a 5% cap on, and where are we at currently? What percentage are we at currently? And then for the people who are watching online, does this have any incentive for or affect commercial producers of solar energy, or is this for, the like you were saying, school districts, small businesses, and other non-commercial type producers.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for this bill, we had heard a lot of really great testimony from all kinds of industrial users, in particular farmers, small businesses, and the raising of the cap is huge for them. It's going to make a big difference. And so again, on and for the bill.
Majority Floor Leader Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll attempt to answer some of those questions. Can the farmers aggregate meters? Yes. This is where this first came from, is some of the ranchers in my district, they're large pivots. They wanted to be able to defray some of these costs of running this irrigation, and they have multiple meters in this, off the same feeder, but the pivot may have a meter on that, and then their pump will have a separate meter so they can aggregate together. And during the summertime, they won't be able to credit much electricity onto the utility, but during the wintertime, of course, you don't generate as much during the wintertime, but it will credit even though they're not using it. But that's the kicker right there. At the end of the year, it trues up, and any excess power that is on the credit to the utility then will pay for that power at their avoided cost. So the avoided cost right now for utility for solar is about 1.3 cents a kilowatt hour. Now, to go out and get firm capacity, well, to sell it to you on a retail rate, you probably know as well as I do how much your retail electricity costs, but it's probably 10 times that amount. So it's pretty cheap power at the point that they buy it for. Where are we now with the 5% cap that we're trying to protect the utilities from exceeding? Right now in Wyoming, we're at 0.6%. So the last data I have was from 2 years ago. There was 120 systems in the state. So we're not saturated. There's some states down in the desert southwest that they're at 10% and 12%. And they are wishing they would have got in front of this before they got to that level. So that's why the 5%. Let's respond before we get saturated. Can a commercial enterprise do this? It's pretty tough to make money off of this if you're just trying to sell power at 1.7 cents. Unless you have a lot of subsidies. Commercial will have rotating solar panels and they get a little higher rate than what these fixed ones do on a roof. But a commercial enterprise, they'll have 640 acres of these rather than just on a rooftop. So yes, they can, but it's not going to be economical. I really can't see that happening. So with that, I call for the question, Mr. Chairman.
Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Heiner's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 183 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 183 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 293. Reading clerk, will please read the bill.
House Bill 293, sponsored by Representative Baer, repealing the School Foundation Program Reserve Account. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 293, repealing the School Foundation Program Reserve Account, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Angelos, Baer, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Excused, Representative Alaman. Representative Baer, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Baer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill number 293 do pass, and with that, I will give the explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, last week, we discussed a couple of other bills that restricted our spending on both the school side and the general fund side. During that discussion, I explained to you that there was an account that has a lot of money in it stranded, and that I was going to bring a bill to take that money and put it into the school side of that 5X to 7X investment account. Let's just call it an endowment, because that's really what we are doing. We're creating an endowment account. And so we restricted that flow to go into that endowment account, but also I have another account that we're not using. There's $92 million stranded in it, and I'd like to close that account and put that money into our investment account to get us quicker to that 5X. We're almost there with this money. And then that investment will be expanded and will replace the money we may lose by constraining our spending. So with that, that's what this bill does. It eliminates the school foundation program reserve account, which has the $92 million in it, all of the flows into that account, which are minimal, and the flows out of that account, which are minimal, probably not being used, haven't been used for a few years, will be transferred to that account that I told you about with the 5X for investments, the endowment account. That is called the Common School Program Land Fund Spending Policy Reserve Account. I know, it's a mouthful. But we'll put that $92 million in there. Currently, there's $678 million in that account. So that'll put us over $760 million, almost $670 million. So with that, that's what this bill does. I will ask for your approval of that. Thank you.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and I think for this bill, I think, the SFRA is what we call this. I think it was originally kind of meant to be more like an education LSRA, and I think go back to the time when we were just booming with coal production in 2015. We nearly hit 500 million tons. And FMRs are huge. Property taxes are huge. Natural gas has trailed off, but coal had really had a resurgence. And so we're trying to, I think I even ran a bill 20 years ago to create an e-LSRA after we created the LSRA. And this account has been there, and we've changed flows to it at different times, but it's been kind of a holding account because the advantage of it is it doesn't really sit on the profile, so you can keep it out of that revenue. So there's, it's a parking lot for some of those school funds if you don't want them in the school foundation program account where you see that balance. The advantage of taking this 92 million or whatever it is now and put it in that common school reserve account, it'll park us at about right at 6X. And 7X is the goal. We're getting close. And so that 92 million then will have the opportunity to be invested in total rate of return. So it'll make more money for the state. So I think so I'm going to support this bill. I don't think there's really any downside other than knowing that kind of that history. There's times as appropriate, especially times in surpluses, where it was good to be able to save that money into like a rainy day account for education. But so anyway, that's a little background on it. And so appreciate the bringer of the bill, and we'll just keep working at it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other discussion on the bill?
Question.
Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Bear's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 293 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill passes. House Bill 293 is passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 316. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 316, sponsored by Management Council, School Finance Model Recalibration 2. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 316, School Finance Model Recalibration 2, respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Excused, Representative Alaman. Representative Bear, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 316 do pass. And for the explanation of the bill, I call on the Speaker of the House.
Are you going to move that amendment?
I also move the Standing Committee amendment, and I'll have the Speaker of the House explain that as well.
Speaker Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Body, I bring to you House Bill 316 and would ask for your favorable consideration. But before that, I would move the Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to House Bill number 316 and would ask also for your favorable consideration. This was an amendment, ladies and gentlemen. We brought this to Management Council to give you some background on the bill. We're going to do recalibration. Recalibration is going to be happening this year. It has supposed to happen every 5 years. This is the first time, hopefully, that we can get an actual recalibration. The last time it was done was about 2005. It's kind of been just kept rolling forward ahead. We didn't have consensus on the last go around. And so here we are again. It's time to recalibrate. And what recalibration is, for those of you that don't know, is when we go back in and a little bit of the bill, it explains it in pretty good detail about what the intention of this committee is, this basically a select committee to be able to go through and to reevaluate our costs on the model. And we're going to take testimony and information from all the stakeholders and to be able to go back through and recalibrate our funding model, the block, the basket of goods. All of those things are actually going to be recalibrated this time. And so that is what this bill does. This bill establishes that committee. It gives you the breakdown and the design of the committee. If you want to go through, we can actually move this amendment. What the amendment did was it added in a couple pieces of information that we were brought to us in the committee there on Management Council. As you can see on page 4, line 7, it says delete 800,000 and insert 920,000. What it did was it added those two figures together, one for salary and the others. Then it goes on to explain it. Said after this act in line 5 of this amendment, page 4, line 10, it says insert this act and insert, and that the purpose of providing salary, including salary for the chairman and all that such according to statute Wyoming 285101E, Romanet I. And it breaks it all down for you and explains it exactly what it is. Then it goes on to page 4, line 11, delete shall be, and after expended, insert to conduct the recalibration of the education resource block grant model shall be. And you can go on down, delete some of it, but what it was basically was a cleanup, and it was just trying to make it a little bit clearer and more direct as to what we were going to be doing. So with that, I would ask that you would favorably consider that standing committee amendment.
Any discussion on the amendment?
Question.
Question being called. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment has passed. We are back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back on the bill, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to look at the first page, you're looking at under section 1. You can see the title, School Finance Model Recalibration number 2, sponsored by Management Council. But moving down to section 1, it says there is created a select committee on school finance recalibration consisting of the following members. And this is the way we broke this up and how we designed it, and it's the plan for your consideration. 6 members of the Senate appointed by the President, also including 1 member from the Senate minority political party. Previously, this was set up with I think it was 7 and 5. After some discussion with the Senate, what we wanted to do was to make it, quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, we didn't want it to be a cram down. We wanted it to make sure that it was evenly represented from both bodies. And that was the discussion that we had. Both bodies would represent with 6 members appointed each by the Speaker and by the President of the Senate, with each having 1 from the minority party on both sides, on both bodies. And that you can go on down through there. The Select Committee shall undertake a study to recalibrate the Education Resource Block Grant Model as required. This is required by statute 2113-309T to determine if modifications are necessary to ensure the model remains cost-based in light of changing conditions. And as you all well know, conditions have changed pretty dramatically, and we've made adjustments with ECAs, external cost adjustments, and so on over the time. And we've made an effort to try to do a recalibration, but it has not been successful. And my hope and trust is that we will have a successful recalibration this go-around with this committee. It will study our charter school funding models in other states and offer suggestions on funding formula. I'm on page 3 if you're trying to follow along with me, at the top of line 1, page 3. It's going to talk about our charter schools, which are publicly funded schools. We will study that in depth. Select committee may work with professional consultants, experts in model calibration. We're going to talk to people from outside the state, inside the state, stakeholders, superintendent of public instruction, and so on, as we work through this information. And also, just for some information, this is going to be an extremely heavy lift from the standpoint of how much we will travel around the state, taking input from different school districts, and we are going to try to be very comprehensive about how and much information we take in so that we do and make a good and well-founded decision when this is all culminated. The Select Committee shall report its recommendations and any associated legislation to the legislature, you ladies and gentlemen, and the Select Committee may introduce legislation. And that's something, so if we want, if this committee will be able to provide a bill to be able to introduce to the body if and when that comes to that point. Appointments to the Select Committee will be under this not later than March 31st, so that's coming up very soon. So we're going to have to get this Select Committee underway, and it shall remain in existence until February of 2026, February the 9th. Any vacancy occurring on the Select Committee will be filled by the heads of each one of those particular bodies. So if somebody from the House side is not able to fulfill their duties or is unable to finish, then it will be my responsibility as a speaker to select someone else to replace them, and same thing from the folks that are appointed from the Senate side. Moving on to page 4, a couple of the points of interest. Just the dollar amount there, you're looking at $920,000 cumulative total, is what they believe was the number that they put on this to do all of this work with the recalibration and all the information we're going to be getting from the different stakeholders, and then the payment for those folks that are going to be traveling across the state and doing these meetings. And so that's basically it. Really, and going back to what I had told you earlier, the model has not really been recalibrated or been changed. The last somewhat significant change took place in 2010. And so we have just kind of been carrying this ball forward, and it really needs to be taken care of. And ladies and gentlemen, I would have to tell you, I mean, on this, I would hope that you would consider this and help us to get this underway. But this needs to be done. This is an extremely important and impactful piece of information that we have to put together for the long-term benefit of our public schools, our charters, and all of the stakeholders involved in the state of Wyoming. This is going to have a major impact on our dollars going forward. And so with that in mind, I would hopefully be able to entertain any of your questions.
Any discussion on the bill? Representative Harshman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think just kind of a little history on this. We recalibrate every 5 years, members, and except for we actually recalibrated in 17 and 18 in the middle of a session. So the first recalibration was in 5, and then 10, and then 15, and then we were just flat broke. And we got together again and tried a different method in 17 carrying on to 18, and then again in 20. And I think 2010, 2005, and there's different ways that states do these funding models. We have chosen in Wyoming over the years, we've used the evidence-based model. So we actually look at research and what's the best form of education and how does it work best. And then we do all these factors because small schools, they're harder to run because it's a per capita thing. And so it's really then comes down to the number of customers you have and the type of customers. But the members of this committee will get into all that. But we've done this evidence-based. Your legislature back in 05 and 010 chose to overfund the model. And so we had what was called a legislative model. We overfunded small school adjustments, some other adjustments, and so we kept that about 100 million more throughout. And then 2015, it started getting pretty close. I would say though, Mr. Speaker, there's been changes on every recalibration. The only one I think where the bill really failed was 2000 20 here last time, but there still were some changes on the thing as far as ECAs and where to get this thing. But I will say in 2017, we did a different model, and it was a succeeding schools model, and then, which was really interesting, I think, and then a statistical model approach. We actually looked at two different ones. We didn't use evidence-based. They came back, said we were 70 million underwater. So we just trashed those. And then we made several cuts to education, from transportation, 1-year ECAs, all these things we had to do to balance our budget back then. And then I think in 2020 now, and we've seen how this thing, our legislative model is not more than what our original evidence-based model. So we've been trying to follow this evidence-based model the last few years with these inflation adjustments. And folks, I'd just say again, so I think we've done a good job over the years. Got the best school system in the country. It costs a lot here. We got right around 90,000 students. That's less than, a public school system 100 miles south here, one district. And we got 48 school districts, 300 and some buildings. And so anyway, the folks that get on this, you'll do great work, I know. And I just appreciate the speaker bringing this bill. And I think the 6 members, we've had 5 or 6 over the years. It's all good. So on in support of the bill. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Bear's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill, 316 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 316 has passed the committee of the whole. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee of the whole rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed, no. The motion passes.
Reading clerk, please read the committee of the whole report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. House Bill 189, do pass amended. House Bill 183, do pass. House Bill 293, do pass. House Bill 316, do pass amended. Representative Singh, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Division? No, not division. Motion carries. Congratulations, Representative Singh, for the second time. Messages from the Senate.
Message 180. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 65, Data Privacy, Government Entities, ayes 31. Message 181. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 82, Omnibus Water Bill Planning, ayes 31. Message 182. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 86, Alternative Teaching Certificate, ayes 31. Message 183. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 88, 2025 Large Project Funding, ayes 26, noes 6. Message 184. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 91, Petroglyph, Pictograph, and Historic Inscriptions Protection, Ayes 27, noes 4. Message 185. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 97, Trust Code Revisions. Ayes 31. Message 186. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 108, Recreation, Safety, Agritourism. Ayes 31. Message 187. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 110, Inclusion of Crossing Guards for Governmental Claims Act. Ayes 29, noes 2. Message 188. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 113, Brader Opportunity Act. Ayes 29, noes 2. Message 189. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 119, Expedited Professional Licensure for Military Members. Ayes 26, noes 5. Message 190. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 120, Wyoming Prime Act. Ayes 31. Message 191. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 121, Rodeo License Plate. Ayes 28, noes 3. Message 192. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 130, Emergency Assistance, Immunity, Mental Health Services. Ayes 31. Message 193. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 131, Charter School Leasing. Ayes 30, noes 1. Message 194. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 135, Defense of State Banking 1. Ayes 30, noes 1. Message 195. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 138, Energy Impact on Wyoming Economy, Study. Ayes 31. Message 196. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 144, Wyoming Ireland Trade Commission. Ayes 23, noes 8. Message 197. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 146, Consumer Rental Purchase Agreement Act Amendments. Ayes 31. Message 198. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 147, Service Dogs, Training and Crimes. Ayes 30, noes 1. Message 199. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate Joint Resolution 7, NCSL 50th Anniversary. Ayes 24, noes 7. Message 200. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 64, Wyoming opposes mandatory electronic ID devices, livestock. Ayes 30, noes 1. Message 201. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 107, Freedom to Work and Build Business. Ayes 30, noes 1. Message 202. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 112, Anesthesiologist Assistance Licensing. Ayes 29, noes 2. Message 203. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 116, Anti-Money Laundering. Ayes 21, noes 10. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Reading Clerk. Next, we'll need our reports from our standing committees.
House Bill 85, sponsored by Appropriations. Local approval for simulcasting. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 85, local approval for simulcasting, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Byron, Campbell, Connolly, Harshman, Jarvis, Provenza, Storer, Wharf. Excused, Representative Thayer. Representative Byron, Chairman. House Bill 125, sponsored by Representative Washit. Repeal unauthorized use of vehicle crime. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 125, repeal unauthorized use of vehicle crime. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Chestick, Kelly, Lean, Singh, Washit, Webb. Excused, Representative Filer. Representative Singh, Vice Chair. House Bill 134, sponsored by Representative Guggenmoss. Taxpayer funds, sexually explicit events prohibited 2. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4 Education, to whom is referred House Bill 134, taxpayer funds, sexually explicit events prohibited 2. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Kelly, Lawley, Singh, Strzok, Williams. Representative Andrew, Chairman. House Bill 165, sponsored by Representative Webb, ranked choice voting prohibition. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 165, ranked choice voting prohibition. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass. Ayes, Representatives Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Smith. Noes, Representative Sherwood. Representative Allemand excused. Representative Bear, Chairman. House Bill 170, sponsored by Representative Lawley, nonprofit and trust entities, effective time for documents. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred House Bill 170, nonprofit and trust entities, effective time for documents. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Weber, Yin. Excused, Representative Webb. Representative Knapp, Chairman. House Bill 171, sponsored by Representative Strzok, Sexual Exploitation of Children, Amendments. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4 Education, to whom is referred House Bill 171, Sexual Exploitation of Children, Amendments. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Kelly, Lawley, Singh, Strzok, Williams. Representative Andrew, Chairman. House Bill 200, sponsored by Representative Webb, Parent Rights Amendments. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4 Education, to whom is referred House Bill 200, Parent Rights Amendments. Respectfully reports, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Kelly, Singh, Strzok. Noes, Representatives Lawley and Williams. Representative Andrew, Chairman. House Bill 222, sponsored by Representative Ottman, Medical Ethics Defense Act 2. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 222, Medical Ethics Defense Act 2. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Klauston, Guggenmoss, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez, Williams, Wasserberger. Noes, Representative Yin. Absent, Representative Stivar. Representative Rodriguez Williams, Chairman. House Bill 264, sponsored by Representative Singh, Central Bank Digital Currencies Prohibitions. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 264, Central Bank Digital Currencies Prohibition. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Smith. Noes, Representative Sherwood. Excused, Representative Allemand. Representative Bear, Chairman. House Bill 274, sponsored by Representative Rodriguez Williams, Biological Males in Women's Sports. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 274, Biological Males in Women's Sports. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Klauston, Guggenmoss, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez Williams, Wasserberger. Noes, Representative Yin. Absent, Representative Stivar. Representative Rodriguez Williams, Chairman. House Bill 323, sponsored by Representative Wasserberger. SNAP Benefits Waiver Request. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 323, SNAP Benefits Waiver Request. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Clauston, Guggenmoss, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez-Williams, Wasserberger. Noes, Representative Yin. Absent, Representative Stivar. Representative Rodriguez-Williams, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Reading Clerk. Next, we need our committee announcements. Or no, we need one re-referral. Yep, one re-referral. Representative Rodriguez-Williams, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee number 10 would like to re-refer House Bill 274 to committee number 2. For
Hearing no
re-referral.
objection. Is so ordered. Next, we have our committee announcements. Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 2 is meeting tomorrow morning at 7:30 in Capitol Room E301 and online to discuss House Bill 324, State Elected Officials, Employees at Will and Regulations for re-referral. House Bill 228, Prohibition on Private Funds for Conducting Elections. House Bill 294, Federal Mineral Royalties Distribution Amendments. House Bill 291, Financial Institution Discrimination, and any other re-referrals as assigned.
Representative Locke, Chairman Locke, Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your House Committee number 3, Revenue, will meet tomorrow morning, Tuesday, February 4th at 7:30 a.m. in Capitol Extension Room 5 and online. And we'll be hearing 4 bills. House Bill 113, Insurance Payments Not Taxable. House Bill 124, Reduction in Taxation Act, and House Bill 311, Exemption for Transportation, Fuel, and Power Sales Amendments, and House Bill 104, Child Tax Credits. And we will continue on adjournment if necessary to make sure we get through these bills.
Thank you, Chairman Locke. Chairman Winter, number 5, Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Agriculture Committee will meet tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock in Room 3 of the Capitol Annex. We'll be discussing House Bill 117, 219, 90, and 224. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Winter. Chairman Byron.
Thank you, Mr.
Number
Speaker. Your House Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, Culture Resources will meet upon noon recess tomorrow in Extension 5 and online to hear House Bill 136, House Bill 299, and House Bill 286.
Thank you, Chairman Byron. Any other committee announcements? Going once, going twice. I do believe that clears the deck. Any other announcements need to be made? Okay, Chief Clerk is nodding her head no. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand adjourned until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's February 4th, 2025.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Few diehards, bless your hearts. The House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow, the 4th day of our February 2023 at the 68th Legislature. Good evening, everyone.